order the Assembly meeting of June 23rd. And first, I'd like to welcome all the citizens in the audience and also those who are home watching on TV and the Internet. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, would you take the... I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. Domboski. Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Johnston asked to be excused. Mr. Hall.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
That would be my pleasure.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, minutes of previous meetings. We have none. Next item is the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And as I think the body is aware and the audience may be aware, this is my final Assembly meeting, so an opportunity for me to say thank you so much to all of you. On many, many issues we've worked very cooperatively, and people forget that oftentimes most of the votes on the Assembly are unanimous votes, and the other things get the more attention. But to you and the staff, the clerk's office, it really has been a tremendous, tremendous 6 years for me, my executive team, and my dear lovely wife, whose birthday it is today. So if you see me sneak out a little early, Madam Chair, it's going to be because we're going to celebrate that August occasion. I put together just some thank you gifts for you. They're all centennial themed, and the book is actually signed by me, so it's probably priceless already by now. So I hope you'll enjoy it. And but again, it's been a very good run, and I wish my successor all the best. We've been working real hard with the transition team. We always recognize that the mayor's success is the city's success, and we all want the city to succeed. So we've been working very cooperatively with the new team. And some of the new team is an old team that whose faces you'll remember. So it should be a pretty smooth transition overall. Other than that, it's been the best 6 years of my life, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. And maybe the one thing I won't miss is certain Tuesday nights. But other than that, it's been terrific. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Starr.
Mayor, you remember when I had my first meeting, you were sitting over here as well, and I appreciate your mentorship and how government works, and then the partnership between the legislative and the administrative branch. It's sometimes adversarial, sometimes productive, and sometimes none of the above. But you made our city a better place, and I think that's the ultimate goal is to come in and leave your mark, do good work, and do your best. So thank you for that, and a personal thank you for helping me along.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. And Mr. Mayor, I think that I've worked with you longer than anybody sitting up here, because I worked with you when you were on the Assembly for 9 years and I was staff, and then 6 years as the mayor. And I just want to thank you for your service to our community and wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. And I just want to make folks aware that is the intent of the body this evening to postpone a couple items indefinitely, which means it'll go away. And the first one is item 13A, the grant to the ACDA for tennis covers. The second item is item 13B. It is restricting safety services of the Anchorage Safety Center. And then I'd like to also mention that 14K, the public hearing on the airport exchange, the public hearing will be opened and you'll be able to testify, but the public hearing will also be continued to the meeting of August 25th. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the addendum to the agenda. Can I have a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda?
Move to incorporate the addendum.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. May I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Okay, here we go. 9A8 AR 2015-214, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the diversity of Mountain View with the Mountain View Street Fair on June 27, 2015. 9A9, Resolution 2015-213, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the importance of backcountry travel safety for the citizens of Alaska and supporting the Alaska Avalanche Information Center, AAIC, efforts to develop a mobile application designed to reach youth ages 8 to 18 with training and practice opportunities to prepare them for safe snowmobile travel. Item 9C, Bid Awards, Assembly Memorandum AM 417-2015, recommendation to award Admiral Insurance Company providing a 5-year environmental impairment liability insurance policy to the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage for $149,965. Item 9C4, AM 418-2015, Contract Amendment Number 3 with Unum Life Insurance Company of America to provide life, AD&D, and disability insurance for the Municipality of Anchorage in the amount of $1,170,474. Item 9D, New Business, Assembly Memorandum 412-2015, approval to enter into a management agreement with the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, ACPA, to operate the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts Center. Item 9D19, AM 413-2015, approval to enter into a tourism agreement with Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau doing business as Visit Anchorage for the promotion of tourism. Item 9D20, AM 414-2015, sole source purchase of the Laserfish Software Assurance Plan from eDocs Alaska for the Municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power in the amount of $37,651. Item 9D21, AM 419-2015, sole source purchase of Hewlett-Packard Tools and Maintenance and Support Services from SAP Inc. for the Municipality of Anchorage, Information Technology Department in the amount of $353,790.74. Item 9D22, AM 420-2015, sole source purchase of Enterprise Cloud Services from SAP for the Municipality of Anchorage, Information Technology Department in the amount of $539,850. Item 9D23, AM 421-2015, sole source purchase of SAP database software and maintenance and support services from SAP for the Municipality of Anchorage, Information Technology Department, $213,528. Item 9E, Information and Report, AIM 75-2015, first quarter reports for Utility and Enterprise Departments. 9E7, Information Memorandum 76-2015, May 25th monthly expenditure report. 9F, ordinances and resolutions for introduction. Ordinance number 2015-76, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Sections 2104-020, 2106-020, 2106-030, 2107-030, 2107-040F, 2107-060F, 2107-1110, and 2114-040 to address needed corrections. Planning and Zoning Commission Case 2015-0049. Public hearings, July 28, 2015. Item 9F6, AR 2015-11, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $340,789 to the Federal Grants Fund 241 as a Federal Transit Administration Section 5310 grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation for providing demand response transit service for seniors and individuals with disabilities and appropriating $93,780 to the Federal Grants Fund 241 as a contribution from the 2015 operating budget, area-wide general fund in support of said grant, all within the Public Transportation Department. Public hearing, July 14, 2015. There also is a memorandum for AM 415-2015, item 9F7, resolution 2015-12, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $130,000 of other fines and forfeitures revenue from federal seizures and forfeitures to the Federal State Fine and Forfeiture Fund 257 for use by the Anchorage Police Department. Public hearing set for July 14, 2015, and AM 416-2015. And last, 14 new public hearings, information memorandum, AIM 74-2015, Community Development Department's opposition to AO 2015-59, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning, new code effective January 1st, 2014, Chapter 2104, Zoning Districts, 2106, Dimensional Standards and Measurements, Chapter 2107, Development and Design Standards, and other code as necessary to implement changes to floor area ratio requirements.
Madam Chair, I think you have one later than table items as well.
I apologize. This is my first time chairing an assembly member, and I'm truly honored, but I forgot to get the committee reports, and I will go back to the committee reports as soon as I'm finished asking for incorporation of both the addendum and the laid-on-table items.
Move to incorporate the laid in the table and the agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Hodeman.
The addendum.
Yeah, and this is the laid-on table.
Just the, okay. I amend my motion to move to incorporate the laid on the table item.
Thank you, Mr. Hodeman. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, laid on table item is an ordinance 2015-77, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly dedicating certain municipal land identified as parcels 00640103000 and 00640104000, Lot 1 and Lot 2, Muldoon Estates, located at 1301 Muldoon Road, for permanent public park and recreational purposes. And that is the only item that is laid on the table. It's item 9F8. And with that said, I'd like a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Bosky?
that last laid on the table item, did you set it for a public hearing?
It is set, I don't see a public hearing date, but I'm assuming that since there's no note of a public hearing, that it's probably going to be public hearing at our next meeting, which is July 14th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Okay. Now, before we do committee reports, we're going to go through the consent agenda and see if anyone would like to pull any items. And I'd like to start at this end with Mr. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9A6 for reading.
Right. Mr. Starr.
9 Echo 3.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pull 9A2 for reading and 9 Delta 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Hall.
Or you mean me?
I'm sorry. Mr. Evans.
We look alike.
Hello, Mr. Evans.
9 Alpha 8 for reading and 9 Alpha 18. What? 9 Delta 18.
That's on the addendum. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 3, 9 Alpha 5, and 9 Alpha 9 on the addendum. Those for reading, and also 9 Delta 19 off the addendum.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 9 Alpha 1 and 9.
I think Mr. Evans pulled 9 Alpha 1 already. No? Okay.
And,
Okay.
and 9 Alpha 4.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Steele. Too much.
9 Alpha 7, if it hasn't already been pulled for reading.
Is it? Anything else, Mr. Steele?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Demboski?
9 Delta 22 and 9 Delta 23.
On the addendum? Mr. Trainee. Mr. Trainee, would you like to pull anything?
Nothing you want to pull out.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Zimbalski.
I typically will do my disclosures before we do the consent agenda, so I had two disclosures to make. I didn't pull the items because I don't think I'll have a conflict.
Okay.
Do you want me to do those now, or would you rather me pull those items?
You pulled those items, correct, Ms. Zimbalski?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do it now?
Okay, Madam Chair, I have two disclosures to make. The first item is 9 Delta 7. It's AM 402-2015. It's regarding a software recommendation for award for the computer-aided dispatch for APD and AFD. My husband is an Anchorage firefighter, so anytime there's appropriations or things regarding the fire department until the ethics committee weighs in, I do make that disclosure for you and the public. Also, item 9 Echo 7, it's just an informational report, so I don't think there'll be any action taken, but it does reference expenditures made on behalf of the Anchorage Fire Department. I don't believe I have a conflict, but I do make the disclosures for you and the body to rule.
Thank you, Ms. Zimbalski. The chair rules that you do not have a conflict.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Ms. Zimbalski. Now, I would ask for unanimous consent to approve everything that we didn't pull on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Okay, so now we're going to go through the items.
Vote the rest. Oh, never mind.
No, I think I can. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to go through the items that were pulled, and if I miss any, please feel free to let me know. Okay, item A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A9, Delta 8, Delta 8, I'm sorry, Delta 14, Delta 19, Delta 22, and I missed Apple 9, and then 9A9. Thank you, Mr. Zimbalski. And then 9E3, and I think that's it. Did I miss any?
Did you get 9A8?
I didn't get 9A8.
It was pulled, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
I have Mr. Evans.
Okay. Okay. So did anybody pull 9D18?
I did.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I thought I have Mr. Evans noted for that, and Mr. Honeman for 9D19. Did anyone pull 9D14?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Before we go over the items that were pulled, as mentioned earlier, I missed committee reports, so I would like to go back to item number 7 and have committee reports so my colleagues get a chance to tell us all what they've been doing on their committees, and I'll start this end with Mr. Steele.
No report this time, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an AMATS Policy Committee meeting on Thursday afternoon, 25th at 1:30 p.m. And with your leave, I'd just like to take a moment to thank the mayor for his service to our community. As you note, usually we get along, sometimes we don't. And I have a feeling that you're not really going away, you're just saying farewell from our Tuesday nights together. So I look forward to whatever our future together holds.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anything else?
That is all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Horniman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, pass kudos along to the mayor for his service. At least you'll have Tuesday nights back, unless you decide to come and help us say the Pledge of Allegiance. Always sounds better with a bigger audience. Madam Chair, we had a Public Safety Committee meeting on June 17th, at which point there's an agenda item on the addendum 9 Alpha 9, which is we had a presentation amongst many other items. The Alaska Avalanche Information Center presenter. Oftentimes you'll see resolutions, members of the body will see a resolution and not really know what the background is. So having 4 or 5 colleagues at the Public Safety Committee meeting got a good presentation as to why it's important for this program. They're not asking anything from the municipality at this time. They're simply asking for support by way of this resolution in their mobile app application for this training and education. Our next committee meeting will be on July 15th, Wednesday, and will be at City Hall, room 155, the Municipal Assembly Conference Room.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Hall?
Still Mr. Evans.
I don't know why I want to call you Mr. Hall this evening, but can you just let me do that?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
The other Mr. Hall. Just really quick, I just wanted to give an update on a committee that doesn't really meet, but it's causing some concern. There was a committee formed by Chair Trainey to deal with the Girdwood police issue a while back, and we decided to postpone doing anything with that committee to allow the community of Girdwood to decide what it wanted to do, given its various options for police coverage. The fact that that committee exists has caused some concern in Girdwood because they weren't aware of its existence. So I just wanted to get it on the record that it has not met. It has no plans currently to meet, and it's simply awaiting the citizens of Girdwood to figure out what they want to do with that difficult situation. And with the chair's leave, I'd also like to just thank the mayor for his service after being here for 1 year. It's hard to imagine 9 years on this body and then 6 years in that chair at these meetings. That is certainly above and beyond human endurance from what I can see. So I appreciate you and your entire family's service to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to echo those sentiments. I appreciate your public service many years to this community, Mayor, and I wish you great tennis weather the rest of the summer. And I have no committee reports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr?
No, I'll just say a few words at the audit under Echo 3 with the CAFR attached when we get to that item.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, Mayor Dan, my compliments to you. You left it better than you found it, and I don't think any of us can ever do better than that. And I hope you and Lynette truly enjoy the time you're going to have off that you've certainly deserved. So all the best to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr.
Committee
Mbach?
report, real quick. I have
sorry, Mr.
a
Hall.
Ethics and Election Committee meeting tomorrow, 12 noon. I'm assuming it'll be in room 155. It will be in City Hall. And on Thursday, I have the Marijuana Committee meeting at 4 o'clock, room 155. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Mbosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Title 21 Committee met, and the topic of discussion was AO 2015-59. Through that process, Live Work Play Group was represented by Mr. Potter. There was a representative there from Widener Apartment Homes, and also the Planning Department, along with the Assembly members, were all there and discussed it. And when that item comes up, we will be bringing forward an amendment that the Title 21 Committee did unanimously agree upon the amendment. We didn't take action on the entire item, but we did discuss it robustly, so that Mr. Hall will cover tonight. And then also, Madam Chair, if I may, the next Title 21 meeting is July 15th from 10 to 11:30, and that'll be over at the Planning Department on Elmore. And then I do have the privilege of giving the Budget and Finance Committee report, if I can go ahead and do that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky.
Okay, so I unfortunately last week was up in Willow dealing with a little hot situation. So I wasn't at the Budget and Finance meeting, but the chair has given me the report. The committee met on June 18th. The OMB acting director provided a spreadsheet showing budget to actuals by department representing labor and non-labor percent of budget spent or encumbered through May 31st. The OMB acting director also provided a preliminary schedule for all 2016 operating and capital budgets, which was distributed to all Assembly members. The treasurer provided an update of revenues as follows. The currently $2.4 million positive revenue stream due to real and personal property, half-year tax collected increase in construction right-of-way fees. Almost every department is above budgeted revenues. Automobile tax revenue is up 5%. Other revenues, including tobacco, traffic fines, ambulance fees, and 181 funds, are on an upward trend. Difficult to... Sorry. Mr. Trainee, can you mute your phone?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, I thought I had it muted.
Sorry. Difficult to define increase in hotel-motel tax at this time. The chair of the Budget Advisory Commission also reported that the commission is on summer break. The next meeting will be held in August. The BAC provided questions addressed to the property appraiser and fire marshal regarding the sprinkler exemption that we've been looking at. The committee received a response to the questions from both the property appraiser and the fire marshal. The committee agreed to continue the discussion to include looking at state law to reevaluate how it's written, encouraging the legislature to look at requiring sprinkles in a single-family home, and providing incentives for properties that are not required to have sprinklers. The fire marshal reported that there were 10 fatalities since 2002, and all occurred in non-sprinkler buildings. The committee also agreed to invite commercial builders to the August meeting to get their feedback on fire sprinkler exemption. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be July 16th from 12 to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room 155. I hope I did that justice, Madam Chair.
Ms. Domboski, I just want to thank you so much because I know you're not feeling well for not only giving the report for your committee, Title 21, but also giving the report on my behalf of the Budget Finance Committee. So thank you very much, and you did a fabulous job. Mr. Trainee?
My pleasure. May I just take one moment just to thank Mayor Sullivan for his 15 years of public service?
Please.
Thank you. And Mayor Sullivan, I'm sorry I couldn't be there on your last meeting night, but I just want to say anyone who dedicates 15 years of public service in this type of arena where it's high stress and it's very time consuming, it's something to be applauded. I've learned a tremendous amount from you. I know I can be a pain sometimes, but I've always learned every meeting, and I just really appreciate it. And I just want to say, Mr. Mayor, there may be a seat in West Anchorage coming open, so if you're bored.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Trainee? Chairman Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am. Thank you very much, though, for running the meeting for me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Chairman Trainee. I'm truly honored. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Madam Chair. I too want to certainly recognize the mayor and everything he's done for the city. Not only were you mayor, but you were also on here when I was on the school board, and we did some good things in that regard. And I want to thank you also for being my representative for a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Now we will go back to items that were pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion, and I will start with item 9A1. Mr. Evans?
Actually, I think that was me, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ask unanimous consent?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, somebody's going to read and someone's going to present.
Yeah, we're going to do this a little bit uniquely. The mayor has graciously volunteered to present to the Cuddy family. If they'd please come forward, I'll have the pleasure of reading. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I get a little bit emotional on this one. This is a longtime family friend. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly remembering and honoring Dan Cuddy for his contributions to Anchorage and Alaska. By the way, I actually voted against the stock change to make it First National Bank of Alaska because I like the tradition of being First National Bank of Anchorage. I'm a traditionalist. Whereas Anchorage lost a prominent business and civic leader on May 14, 2015 with the passing of Daniel H. Cuddy, the former president of First National Bank of Alaska. And whereas Dan Cuddy was born in Valdez in 1921, moved with his family to Anchorage in 1933, and attended Anchorage High School, my alma mater. And whereas Dan Cuddy served in the military during World War II, fighting in the Battle of the Bulge and helping close the Buchenwald concentration camp in Germany. And whereas upon his return to the U.S., Dan Cuddy completed a bachelor's degree in economics from Stanford University and earned a law degree from the University of Washington, and ultimately, along with his beautiful wife, Betty Puckett Cuddy, settled in Anchorage and became an integral part of our community. And whereas Dan Cuddy practiced law in Anchorage until assuming his father's role as president of First National Bank of Anchorage in 1951, a position he held for over 6 decades. And whereas Dan Cuddy's confidence in Alaska's potential led to First National Bank of Alaska's investment in new and growing businesses across the state, in rebuilding the Good Friday earthquake-devastated areas of Alaska in 1964 and flood-damaged Fairbanks in 1967, and helping transact the Prudhoe Bay oil lease sale in 1969. And whereas practicing a conservative approach to real estate lending, Dan Cuddy successfully steered the bank through the rocky recession years of the 1980s. And whereas along the way, First National Bank of Alaska's assets grew from $25 million to over $3 billion. And whereas numerous civic and industry organizations have recognized Dan Cuddy for his achievements, including in 2002 Alaskan of the Year and in 2006 the William A. Egan Outstanding Alaskan Award, now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors Dan Cuddy for his contributions that helped shape Anchorage and the state of Alaska, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June.
I would just like to say thank you on behalf of the Cuddy kids. I'm the youngest, and I get to come do this, so thank you very much.
Looks like you're being joined by other families.
Excuse me, can you please state your name? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Excuse me, can everybody introduce himself? Would you mind?
Liesl Cody.
Colt Cody. Fred Stutzer, Dan's son-in-law.
Emily Roba.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I speak?
Mr. Mayor?
First of all, thank you, Mr. Flynn, for allowing me to participate. As you know, my father was born 1 year after Dan Cuddy and Valdez, and they spent their younger years together and were quite the rascals in Valdez, as I understand. So our relationship with the family goes back many, many, many decades, and it's been a great relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Honeman?
Just wanted to say, I mean, this is a guy who fought in World War II. That's the greatest contribution, I guess, the greatest tradition of that generation. It helped basically save the world, if you will, from oppression. So coming back and then developing into the business person as well as a financier that our community has enjoyed, it's a huge addition to our community. So we're going to feel this a lot. So we're sorry for your loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Next item pulled off the agenda, consent agenda, is item 9A2, a resolution recognizing Municipal Treasury Division employees for outstanding services in the tobacco tax fraud case. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
We have someone who's going to read and somebody present. Thank you. Ask unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Municipal Treasury Division employees for outstanding service in the tobacco tax fraud case. Whereas the Municipal Treasury Division employees were involved in discovering and researching the details that led to the federal court convictions of 6 defendants in the tobacco tax fraud case. And whereas recently the U.S. District Court ordered $2 million of restitution to be paid to the municipality of Anchorage, jointly and severally by all the defendants found guilty, and also ordered these defendants to serve jail time. And whereas the Municipal Treasury Division is working with the U.S. Department of Justice to submit a claim to pay half of the restitution order just using over $1 million that was seized in cash from the homes of two of the convicted defendants on the day of the major raid by APD and federal agents. And whereas the individuals from the Municipal Treasury Division who played key roles in establishing the basis for the investigation and prosecution that was successfully pursued by the APD and the Department of Justice include the following: Mike Mullane, Tax Enforcement Section Supervisor, who was also a key witness during the federal trial; Kristen Jenkinson, Desk Auditor; Denchin, Desk Auditor; Aaron Rainwater, Field Auditor; Carol Raskovitz, Field Auditor; Eric Lawson, Revenue Analyst; Daniel Moore, Municipal Treasurer. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that these individuals are recognized for their outstanding service in the tobacco tax fraud case and public service to the citizens of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 23rd day of June, 2015.
You're welcome to make comments if you'd like.
Are you going to introduce yourself?
Okay.
State your name, please.
I'm Erin Rainwater.
Okay, I'm Dan Moore, City Treasurer. I did want to also thank the police department. They did a really, really great job with the whole investigation. So,
And I'm Mike Mullane.
Thank you. And Mike, I know you're retiring, so I want to wish you good luck and tell you how great it's been working with you all these years.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
kindly.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Honeman?
Just want to make a quick comment to the Treasury Department as a whole. This is actually money that was supposed to be paid from businesses to the taxpayer, and so by not receiving that, the taxpayers are being cheated out of the funding that they were supposed to have paid. All the other good business operators were doing so, and these people were not. So thank you for your service and your dedication to making sure we saw this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodeman. Next item on the agenda, pulled from the consent agenda, is item 9A3, recognizing and celebrating June 27, 2015 as Polynesian Culture Flag Day. Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous consent. Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you. I will be reading this resolution and someone else will be presenting. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating June 27, 2015 as Polynesian Culture Flag Day. Whereas on June 27, 2015, the Polynesian Association of Alaska will sponsor an event in celebration of Polynesian Culture Flag Day that is designed to share the culture and history of Polynesian Americans with the community of Anchorage and the state of Alaska. And whereas Polynesian Culture Flag Day is the biggest holiday in America Samoa, and it was established as an annual event honoring its political relationship with the United States and commemorating the raising of the American flag on Tutuila Island on April 17, 1900. And whereas the celebration of Polynesian Culture Flag Day is also time to commend the service of Polynesian Americans who fought and those who continue to fight for freedom in service to the United States. And whereas Polynesian Culture Flag Day is an opportunity to involve the Anchorage community in the Polynesian Association of Alaska's mission to strengthen individuals and families of the Polynesian community through cultural pride and education, leading to successful employment. And whereas board members and officers of the Polynesian Association of Alaska have enjoyed the support of the community of Polynesian families to make this cultural event of sharing Polynesian dance, music, food, art, games, and education available to our Anchorage community free of charge. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes Saturday, June 27, 2015, as Polynesian Flag Day and encourages the community of Anchorage to support the Polynesian Culture Flag Day event by joining the Polynesian community in its cultural celebration at Cuddy Park. It was going to be on a Denali Park trip, but it's now going to be at Cuddy Park, so everyone knows, from 11 to 9 p.m. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June 2015.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Hansen, and I'm the president of the Polynesian Association of Alaska. And on behalf of the Polynesian Association of Alaska, we want to thank you, the assembly member, and also the chair today for and every day that you have meetings and doing a good job for our city. We want to thank you also for signing our citation or resolution. Thank you very much. And I'll have her introduce herself.
Did you mention your name? Yes. Okay, great.
Lucy Hansen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Talavia.
She is the chairman.
Don't be shy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next item pulled from the consent agenda is item 9A4, a resolution honoring Michael Mullane for 25 years of exemplary public service to the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullane, could you come back down, please? This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Michael Mullane for 25 years of exemplary public service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Mike Mullane began working in the municipality on February 5, 1990 as a senior administrative officer in the Treasury Division of the Finance Department and was subsequently promoted to Principal Administrative Officer, Treasury's second highest ranking position in 2001. And whereas Mike's background as a CPA and his acute analytical skills and thoughtful approach to managing revenue audits and reporting served his position well in fairly and equitably enforcing the Anchorage Municipal Code governing room tax, tobacco tax, rental vehicle tax, E911 surcharge, and delinquent personal property tax. And whereas Mike was always cognizant of the public trust embedded in his job, and over the years he built a strong and lasting foundation by instituting standards and practices that greatly increased the efficiency and effectiveness within Treasury's operation, and this all occurred during a period of the 12-fold growth in Treasury-generated revenues from $5 million to $60 million. And whereas Mike's famously tough interview questions resulted in hiring top talent that helped Treasury flourish during his tenure, and Mike always worked to teach, develop, and collaborate with his group of high-achieving, loyal staff. And whereas Mike's accomplishments over his 25-year career were tremendous and included the primary authorship of the original and revised municipal code chapters governing self-reported taxes, leading an audit function that generated millions of dollars of findings over the years, and successfully defending the Treasury's audits and hearings, and in the court. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Michael Mullane is recognized and honored for his exemplary 25-year career with the municipality and for his high professional standards, high-quality work product and work ethic, his unmatched, near-perfect attendance record, with only a handful of sick days in 25 years, we'll get you for that, his sense of humor, sharp intellect, vision, and creativity, and for his ability to build a strong, high-functioning work group who together have given back to the city many times over with all their efforts, passed and approved by this Assembly on the 23rd day of June 2015.
Oh, my goodness. This is quite a surprise and quite an honor. And, geez. I'm virtually speechless. Whatever our group accomplished was pretty much of a team effort, so I got to extend thanks to my staff, my coworkers, and the treasurer, Dan. Thank you all. This is, geez, I thought you were talking about somebody else. I'm very humbled over this, so thank you all very much.
Thank you. Don't go away. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Mike, I don't want to steal Mr. Starr's thunder. He's very gifted at taking the time to thank your department for the outstanding work that you do for us on a monthly basis. I mean, we do actually read the stuff you guys give us. Ms. Domboski referred to the revenue reports and how things are going, and that makes a big difference in how we do our jobs. And we know it's bigger than just Dan, although Dan, you do a great job too. So we appreciate all that you have brought to the table and your team has brought to the table, and how it helps us do our jobs better. So thank you. Well deserved. Hopefully not fully retiring, and you'll find a way to use those skills somewhere in our community.
Yes, I have a bucket list, and hopefully we'll accomplish all of the items. So,
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman?
Mike, thanks again for your years of service. Institutional knowledge walking out the door is always painful to see go. I know that Dan and the staff will miss you greatly, but I hope that you can spend your retirement years here in town and also have safe travels wherever you may go. So, again, thanks for your service.
Thank you very much. I do intend to stay in Alaska. This is the best place I've ever lived.
Thank you, Mike, for your service.
Thank you, Elvie. Thank you all.
You're welcome. Next item is item 9A5, AR 2015-208, recognizing and honoring Peter Raskins for over 30 years of service to the community as the Director of the Office of Internal Audit. Mr. Honeman?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you. I will be reading, because I've known Pete for 32 years. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Peter Raskins for over 30 years of service to the community as the Director of Office of Internal Auditor. Whereas Peter Raskins has excelled in his public service career, which began when he was first hired by the municipality of Anchorage in 1984 as a senior auditor, continuing through his advancement to Director of the Office of Internal Audit in 1985. And whereas during Mr. Raskins' tenure, he has served 7 administrations and 51 assembly members. And whereas Mr. Raskins' dedicated service has been valuable throughout all leadership transitions in the municipality of Anchorage, and specifically to the Anchorage Assembly, by conducting 339 special studies and special projects. And whereas Mr. Raskins was instrumental in identifying fraud, waste, and abuse while enhancing the delivery of government services, having produced 467 audit reports containing 1,667 findings and recommendations. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage has come to count on Mr. Raskins' institutional knowledge, experience, and professionalism to assist them in understanding all municipal operations. And whereas after almost 31 years of distinguished service to all the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage, including over 30 exceptional years as Director of the Office of Internal Audit, he will retire on June 30th, 2015. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Peter Raskins is recognized, honored, and thanked for his faithful years of effective, professional, and distinctive public service with the municipality of Anchorage and to the citizens of Anchorage and its communities, passed and approved this 23rd day of June 2015. Can you state your name, please?
I'm overwhelmed with what you read. Mayor Sullivan, Mr. Michaelis, members of the Assembly, my fellow employees, municipality, it's been a privilege and an honor to be allowed to serve as a Director of Internal Audit for the municipality. It's just unbelievable that I've been able to stay in that position and work for all of you. All the support I've gotten from the mayors, the assembly members, all the departments in the municipality, my very competent and loyal staff, support from my wife, who's put up with all these things. It's just been incredible. It's probably the best job I've ever held, and I wish I could keep on going, but there's a time for all of us to move on, and I'll be joining the people out here in the assembly chambers as a spectator instead of a participant. So thank you very much again. I appreciate the honor, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Don't go away. Mr. Starr?
I try to be microphone shy when it comes to the emotions of departure from the city because it's your day, your commitment. But I don't know how you did it, Mr. Raskams, in terms of getting in there and getting the details and providing the judgments without really judging. You know, it was always a report that was factually based, oftentimes controversial. We got into side agreements for labor union contracts. We did forensic audits. We did assistings to Wheeler reports, big level stuff, and we all came away better in government because of your efforts to illustrate that. In a lot of cases, you are the third branch of government, legislative, administrative, and in some cases, you were our independent voice that we reached out to often. And that's going to be invaluable to replace. I really commend your skill and your ability to do it. More than a thank you, it's a tremendous resource that you bring to the city's stability in troubling times as well as illustrative of good efforts and performance. You never dwelled on the negative and you never overemphasized the positive, and to me that's a great measure of somebody very, very good at what they do. You told it the way it is in these reports that we oftentimes got in the blue covers and you'd open them up and you never knew what you were going to read, but they always became, you know, boring bedside reading for me, and you'd say, we found a bunch of nickels in a drawer, or we fixed this from the last time, or we got better in government, and you did it without a way of judging employees. Nobody got hurt in your analysis, but we made things better as your suggestions came to light. The last thing I'll leave you is that you left a good department, an independent voice that's in government, well embedded, so hopefully you've groomed folks behind you and trained them, and I think that's the caring personality that you bring to government. So thank you personally, and then as city representative, thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Starr.
Flynn? I'm sorry, Pete.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, my working relationship doesn't go back quite as far with Mr. Raskams as yours does, but I'm pretty sure I'm the only member of the Assembly ever saw him a used car. So Pete, thank you so much for all you've done. I did have a couple of questions. One, I don't know if you know, I've arranged for a small contribution to your retirement party Friday. If I up it, will you stay another couple of months?
I can't.
All right. Well, the final one, and this is probably a little more important. Who on your staff did the audit on these numbers in this resolution that can verify there were, in fact, 467 audit reports with 1,667 findings?
I suspect it was a whole staff. They did it behind my back, but when I heard what they said, I believe it's all of them over here.
All right. Well, we're going to expect that report at the next meeting, folks. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete and I were chatting just before the meeting started, and we realized we're both the same age. And Pete said it was time to go because it was getting harder to do things than it used to be. And I'm going to tell you, Pete, if it is, it never showed with you. You are just one of those ageless people, and it's been an honor knowing you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Raskams, thanks again. There, a lot of people said pretty much everything that I wanted to say earlier on, but you know, I know sometimes when you're auditing internally departments, you know, there's a lot of people from the outside that don't understand government. They make complaints. In your case, you're pointing out things that could be errors or omissions that need to be tightened up. Some people take that a little personally, a little defensive and such, but so I know it hasn't always, you know, been an easy walk, and sometimes you walk away feeling like you get some battle scars, and well earned. But you did make good government, if anybody's ever known anything about you, and that is that you're about good government, and I share that with you. So I certainly applaud you for all your efforts. I, too, got a chance to walk in with your beautiful bride and walked her through the back way there, the little maze we had in. And I now know that the boss has some special projects here to add, starting here real soon, July 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. Mr. Raskams, I've only been on the Assembly a couple of years, but I did want to thank you for, I was on the school board before that, and I want to thank you for your audit of the P-card issue with the school district. You gave the school district some great feedback, and that's a good example of where in the little things you make a big difference. And I hope that we be able to continue that work with the school district. And you're obviously not going to be around to do that, but you set a good example, and I think it's a perfect example of the joint use of services, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I just also want to lend my thanks for your many years of service, Pete. We're actually retiring at the same time, but you put in a lot more time than me. And again, really appreciated over the last 6 years working with you, and the quality of work out of yourself and your department is top-notch. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll save my comments, Pete, for your going away party on Friday. But I have to tell you that I spend a lot of time talking about how many assembly members I work with throughout my career, and 42 is a big number, and you got 51? Really? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Domboski?
Ms. Gray Jackson, add me into, would you please?
Certainly, Mr. Trainee.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to say, Pete, I've had the opportunity to work with you for the last couple of years, and every time we interact, you always can just break it down for me very, very plain. There is no political spin. It's just the facts, and I have always, always appreciated that. I don't know how you do what you do. It's always amazing to me to see how meticulous you and your department are, and your public service is just that beacon. It's what I hope to achieve. Maybe not so long, but I also noticed that you were probably the only person I've heard of that has served more assembly members than Ms. Gray Jackson, and that is a feat in itself. So congratulations on your retirement. I wish you the very, very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Trainee?
Pete, sorry I wasn't there tonight, but thank you for all you've done. It was always interesting when I got a report from you. I knew it was accurate. I knew it just stated the facts. So thank you, Pete, for all the work you did for us over the years. Take care, sir. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I think that's everyone.
I would like to say a couple more things here. That the school district was brought up. We were able to work an agreement with the school district, a shared service agreement, that now my office provides internal audit services to the school district. They have given me one auditor, Ms. Pena, who does all the work over there, and their budget's bigger than ours. She's just been a real workhorse for us, and the school district appreciates everything she does. Secondly, I want to thank the whole assembly for approving my last project. Mr. Michaelis assigned me the job of overseeing the implementation of a new CAD RMS system for the police and fire, because he felt that I was independent and didn't have any biases toward any kind of software. And we were able to pull it off under this administration, and you all just approved it by not pulling it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. See you Friday. Next item is 9A6, Resolution 2015-203, recognizing and honoring Margaret Duggan for her over 17 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Hall.
Move approval.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee? Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Margaret Dugan for her over 17 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Margaret Dugan began her service with the municipality of Anchorage in 1998 as a public health dietitian at the Department of Health and Human Services. And whereas she was promoted to program manager of the Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children in 2004. And whereas Margaret has guided the WIC program throughout the consolidation of multiple local WIC programs to the Department of Health and Human Services, including numerous relocations of clinic sites, and whereas, in part due to Margaret's effort, Anchorage WIC participants have significantly lower rates of childhood obesity than any other program statewide. Whereas, Margaret will be greatly missed for her approachable nature, her strength, even while remaining compassionate, her courage and tenacity in the face of multiple obstacles, her business acumen and perception of the political climate as it relates to the WIC program, her spirit of cooperation and willingness to assist coworkers when needed, her positive outlook on life, and whereas she preserved through the Kronos and State of Alaska WIC spirit implications in her diligent efforts to enhance WIC services and improve the nutritional health of the people public health serves. Now for the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves, Margaret Dugan, for her 17 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June 2015.
Thank you very much. I've been very fortunate to work alongside such dedicated public health personnel who have helped keep the city of Anchorage healthy and safe. Thank you again.
Margaret.
Margaret.
Margaret, I just wanted to say thanks again for your service. I know you did an outstanding job here for the residents of the municipality and raised a couple of fine quality hockey players, some outstanding individuals. Good to see John here in tonight with looks like some of the grandkids too. So enjoy this grandkid time.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Thank you, Margaret. Next item is 9A7, Resolution 2015-207, recognizing and honoring Tony Barrett for his 6 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Steele.
Thank you. This is a resolution of the Anchorage.
Mr. Steele, you need to make a motion, please. That's okay.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Tony Barrett for his 6 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage.
She worked as hard as I did.
Whereas Tony Barrett began his service to the municipality of Anchorage in 2009 as a program manager for food safety and sanitation at the Department of Health and Human Services. And whereas Tony was instrumental in improving and implementing municipal codes to ensure food safety in Anchorage restaurants and to protect residents from excessive noise. And whereas Tony led municipal food inspectors in putting new protocols into practice for inspecting food establishments that focused on those food preparation, storage, and handling procedures most likely to result in foodborne illnesses. And whereas Tony developed and implemented an online food workers test that is more convenient for food workers and has nearly tripled the number of individuals trained and tested each year. And whereas Tony has worked with CDC, FDA, and state agencies to bring specialized training for municipal inspectors to improve foodborne disease and food facility inspection techniques. And whereas Tony collaborated with the food industry and the public to reinstate an inspection scoring program for food establishments. And whereas Tony worked with the Hmong community to find ways to have community events with safe and permitted food sales. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipality Assembly resolves that Tony Barrett is being recognized and honored for his 6 years of service and dedication to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and adopted by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June 2015.
through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Steele. It's with bittersweet feelings, I think, that I retire. It's an opportunity to go be with my family and my grandchildren, my 8 grandchildren, and it's a new chapter in my book. But I do want to say I really enjoyed working here. This has been a wonderful place to work. I've spent 45 years in public service and public health and environmental health, and I've enjoyed every one of those years. I've especially enjoyed the opportunity to work here and to work with the mayor and with Mr. Vacalis in particular, and with the directors, Melinda most recently, but former directors as well, and with Steve Morris, our assistant director, and a great staff of folks. So thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, just wanted to, Tony, I eat out an awful lot, so it's very important that my food's inspected. So I want to thank you for your continued public service. Obviously, you did a full career somewhere else, and you came to offer your talents to this city and to our citizens in the community, especially me. So thank you again. Enjoy the grandkids, and I know she's got some things that you can be doing.
She has a list. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Homan. Tony, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Next item is 9A8, Resolution 2015-2014, recognizing and celebrating the diversity of Mountain View with the Mountain View Street Fair. Mr. Hall?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Ms. Domboski? Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Did she say anything? Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the diversity of Mountain View with the Mountain View Street Fair on June 27, 2015. Whereas Mountain View has been recognized as the most diverse neighborhood in the United States, and whereas the Mountain View neighborhood is proud to have been featured recently by the national news outlet CNN for its diversity, and whereas in 2009, Cook Inlet Housing Authority, Anchorage Community Land Trust, and the Mountain View Community Council collaborated to celebrate neighborhood unity and highlight neighborhood revitalization efforts with a street fair featuring live music, games, refreshments, and fun. And whereas since its beginning in 2009, the Mountain View Street Fair has been held annually, tens of thousands of attendees have made the event a great success. And whereas the diversity of the Mountain View neighborhood sparks a neighborhood event like no other in Anchorage. And whereas the Mountain View Street Fair is a day for neighbors and friends to celebrate diversity of the neighborhood and the rich cultural heritage of the residents. And whereas Mountain View residents invite all Anchorage residents to celebrate diversity by visiting the street fair. Now therefore be it resolved by the Anchorage Assembly that Saturday, June 27th shall be recognized as 7th Annual Mountain View Street Fair, and encourages Anchorage residents and visitors to attend the 7th Annual Mountain View Street Fair to celebrate the most diverse neighborhood in the United States. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June, 2015.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Garen Tarr. I'm the state representative for Mountain View. Just want to thank you so much for recognizing the street fair and joining in our delight about the recent coverage about it being the most diverse neighborhood in the United States. We extend an invitation to everyone to join us on Saturday, and it should be a good time. We'll have a lot of the cultural performances, and we'll be celebrating the diversity of our neighborhood.
My name is Judd Whitaker. I live in Mountain View. I've been living there for 3 years. I'd like you all to know that we in Mountain View get along famously. And you hear about places like Ferguson and Baltimore. We don't have those kinds of problems in Mountain View. And thank you very much for this award.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Representative Tarr. Thank you for your service to the state and for all your years in the community council. I know grassroots is right where you're from. And having the first house my parents bought, 733 Price Street, right there in Mountain View. So wasn't as diverse then, and I'm glad to see it grow and continue to be redeveloped as the times go. Things are looking very good at Mountain View.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Resolution 2015-213, supporting the importance of backcountry travel safety for the citizens of Alaska and supporting the Alaska Avalanche Information Center's effort to develop a mobile application designed to reach youths age is 8 to 18. Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve.
Can I have a second, please? Ask unanimous consent. Ms. Zimboski?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if she's here. Okay, who's presenting it? This is Assembly Resolution 2015-213, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the importance of backcountry travel safety for the citizens of Alaska and supporting the Alaska Avalanche Information Center, AAIC, efforts to develop a mobile application designed to reach youths age 8 to 18 with training and practice opportunities to prepare them for safe snowmobile travel. Whereas Alaska is currently ranked #1 in the nation for snowmobile-related injuries and deaths per capita. And whereas the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety spends more than $1 million per year on search and rescue missions related to backcountry travel, and whereas Alaska's youths are operating and participating in snowmobile-related activities on a regular basis, and whereas currently there is no practical, simple, effective training method for reaching snowmobile riders, and whereas Alaska's youth continue to be attracted to the rugged wilderness and mountains of the world due to advances in technology and motorized vehicles such as snowmobiles, putting them at greater risk for injury. And whereas AAIC proposes to develop a mobile game application that provides training and practice opportunities in a safe, free, and easily accessible platform that addresses the targeted concern of the Alaska State Troopers. Now, therefore, it be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes the need for snowmobile safety education to help reduce unintentional injuries and deaths and supports the Alaska Avalanche Information Center's efforts to develop and deliver a snowmobile and backcountry safety training course through a mobile game application designed for ISO and Android to educate the citizens and visitors of Alaska on snowmobile and winter safety. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June, 2015.
Thank you. My name is Deborah McGann. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Avalanche Information Center, and we greatly appreciate everyone on the Assembly's support, and we're excited to bring this mobile application to the citizens of Alaska. We really do believe that it'll help change the culture and give the kids an opportunity to practice safe snowmobiling in a way that they can wreck and crash and get up and do it again safely without getting really injured, and that's really our goal. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Honeman, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yes, I'd like to move that we take up the public appearance request.
I need a second, please.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Zimboski?
Yes.
Thank you. First person to be heard would be Tim Potter on behalf of Anchorage Skates. Thank you, Barbara.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter, representing Anchorage Skates tonight.
And I'm Jim Renkert, representing Anchorage Skates.
And I'm Nancy Heine, representing Alaska Speed Skating.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, it's your turn now. Come on down. It's that time of year. We, like the Unitarian Church, like to try and pay our way. So this is our 6th year of handing over a check to the mayor for $10,000 to help offset the cost of making the ice and maintaining the ice at the Cuddy Family Fitness Oval and Speed Skating Oval. Some of you that may not know, we have the 6th Olympic-sized speed skating facility in the United States. We should celebrate that as a winter city. I wanted to go on the record, especially today. Thank you, Mayor, for all the support over the years for this facility. I think you recognize just how important it is to the future of the community. Likewise, Ms. Greg Jackson and Mr. Trainee came to our assistance this year and put forward a budget number for $40,000, which the mayor put into his budget, so there was no chance of a veto, so that was really good. No, you didn't. And the importance really is that led to the ability to get a matching grant from the Park Foundation to help install a donated sound system of all new equipment for outdoor events, so that not only for the skating events, but for all the other events that are there that are done by other nonprofits or the city, they'll have a really first-class sound system. You'll hear the music instead of being on a boombox at Christmas for the solstice party. It'll now be on a real sound system. It'll all be much better. So the equivalent of that $40,000 that the city put in the budget, thank you very much, equates to about $80,000 total of work that will be going on this summer. Electrical work will be done, the installation of the sound system, power transformer work to get power to that, and its operating service will go in. There'll be an extension of utilities for electrical, for a seasonal pad, for a seasonal warming hut at the Oval, which will then be extremely helpful for race activities as well as ongoing after-school activities now that we actually have an Olympic, I guess coach you'd call him, a speed skating coach who most recently was an assistant coach for the Dutch all-orange speed skating team, and you know how good they are. They initiated some after-school programs this year and hope to grow it with that warming facility, which is also being donated by another business in town on an annual basis. It'll be really the growth that we need to be able to do that. Additionally, there'll be money available to extend electrical services to augment and fix some of the issues that are ongoing in the park that create problems for other activities that are there. Some of the electrical in the park is not fully functional or dependable, so this will help to work towards that. We appreciate all that you do. We really appreciate the boost on the budget this year. Thank you, Mayor. And I'll let Jim present the check.
Thank you, Mayor. Awesome.
That's good.
So next winter, the solstice party in the winter is a great party. Dan Cuddy, actually, for the last 2 years, had written checks himself for these sleigh rides and sponsored that. That family is very involved out there, and I'm sure will continue to be. So we look forward to seeing you all out there. And Evans, you're going to be on the ice. Thanks.
And I just want to mention that the jersey I'm wearing tonight is a replica of the baseball jersey that was worn 100 years ago on the 4th of July. Centennial jersey.
Thank you.
Somebody needs to get that check for the mayor.
Can't take that with you.
Thanks, Nancy. The next appearance request is Jim Barnett, Susan Duck, and Nina Kempel. Welcome.
I'm going to defer the first few seconds of my presentation, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, to Representative Tuck.
Right. Mr. Barnett, if you don't mind, how long is your presentation going to be? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to point out that Representative Tarr is with me. We have a legislative citation that we would like to present. This is honoring Anchorage in their 100th anniversary. And I just want to make a few statements real quick. First of all, we all should be proud that Anchorage is one of the most diversified, not only have one of the most diversified neighborhoods, and most diversified high schools, but also one of the most diversified cities in the United States. So we should be very proud of that. Real quick, I'm just going to read just a couple of elements on this. This was a really fun project putting this together. I learned a lot more about Anchorage than I thought that I knew. And we do have a northern and southern Athabascan tribe. I did not realize that the Athabascan tribe goes all the way down to north of Mexico. So when I first was putting this together, I said northern Athabascan, but we're south of Alaska. But I mean, yeah, so looking at that, learned something new. The members of the 29th Alaska State Legislature are proud to commemorate the centennial of the founding of Anchorage, the state of Alaska's largest community. Since the arrival of the Dena'ina people some 1,500 years ago, the city of Anchorage has boomed into the thriving community we see today. Anchorage's first residents were an important northern Athabascan group that overcame the region's harsh climate to develop a high degree of sophistication and complexity in their culture. In 1778, the famed British navigator Captain James Cook spent several weeks exploring the inlet and region, confirming there was no passageway to the Atlantic Ocean and providing the first impressions of the region, including drawings of the local inhabitants and the first reasonably accurate maps. Soon after the discovery of the vast gold deposits on the Kenai Peninsula and in Girdwood, the federal government began developing a railroad to connect Seward with the additional gold fields discovered in the interior of Alaska. A 10th city was created to house the railroad employees, which promptly swelled to a population of 2,000. The local post office called the new community Anchorage. On July 10, 1915, after the official establishment of Anchorage, town lots were sold to local residents, which fostered quick development. After 2 days of bidding, over 650 town lots were sold, generating $148,000 in sales. Fourth Avenue alone boasted over 145 permanent buildings only within 6 months. During its first decade, the community of Anchorage never exceeded 4,000 residents. The small town relied mostly on payroll from the railroad and fledgling air transportation services until the start of the Second World War. Soon after, military facilities were constructed at Fort Richardson and Elmendorf Air Force. In the 1950s, the city's economy was growing substantially from nearby oil and coal development, which led to Anchorage being recognized as an all-American city in 1956. This growth pushed local residents to begin advocating for statehood, which was soon granted. On March 27, 1964, Anchorage suffered the cataclysmic Good Friday earthquake, the second most powerful earthquake ever measured, causing substantial damage. But the community was resilient and quickly reconstructed, and by 1965, with the city surpassing 45,000 residents and a still thriving economy, Anchorage was yet again honored as an all-American city. The members of the 29th Alaska State Legislature recognizes and celebrate the 100th anniversary of Anchorage's founding and applaud the many local celebrations that commemorate the contributions of Anchorage and its residents over the past century. So I also want to, while I'm here at the podium, want to thank the mayor, the assembly, staff for your service and commitment to making Anchorage an even more better place year after year. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the celebration at Cuddy Park this weekend.
Representative Tuck, Representative Tara, thank you so much for joining Jim and Nina this evening.
All right, my pleasure.
I'll be quick. I think that was my 3 minutes already. As you know, on behalf of the Cook Inlet Historical Society, I approached Mayor Sullivan and the Anchorage Assembly a couple of years ago and suggested that we do this centennial. And thankfully, you supported it with a generous contribution, which has since been matched by the Rasmussen Foundation. And Mayor Sullivan has since appointed an advisory commission, which has been meeting regularly and helping him plan the centennial activity that we've undertaken. Now, because of the transition from one mayor to the next that occurs in a few days, somebody over there, I think, is counting them. We are out of existence before all the centennial activity ramps up and completes next month. But I just wanted you to know that we've spent your money wisely. We've had a number of very important projects through a variety of sources, and you'll hear more about them as the centennial progresses next month. There will be a lot of activity next month. I see that probably Susan gave you a bundle in a packet there that you'll all be able to look at, and I'm going to add a couple of things when I'm done with my remarks. But the critical one is a book that was written by former Assembly member, one of those 51 that Pete worked for, Charles Woolforth. And I recommend that to you, an important read. The Cook Inlet Historical Society had a symposium last weekend. Among other things, I appreciate that Assemblymember Gray Jackson came to the opening ceremony because Mayor Sullivan kicked off the symposium with a recognition of our sister city in Whitby, England, and the mayor of Whitby was here, and we talked a little bit about our relationship to Whitby and, of course, our shared heritage with Captain Cook. We then completed the symposium with, among other things, a meeting of 5 of the 7 living mayors, which was an interesting experience, particularly when Tom Fink and Tony Knowles were sitting right next to each other. That was pretty exciting. But in any event, I wanted you to know, as we go out of existence, that we've had a great time supporting the centennial and helping you celebrate our community's 100th anniversary. And without further ado, I'm going to give you a couple of documents that represent what we did this weekend, and I want to introduce Susan Duck, who I think you all know, who's going to talk to you next month as we wrap up everything. But the 2 Humanities Forum people that I'd like to recognize are Megan Zlatos, and I think you all know Nina, and Nina's going to speak for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for giving us an opportunity to be here tonight. But I really want to thank you all for the investment you made into the Anchorage Centennial 2 years ago when you provided the initial $500,000 to support our activities. This report that I've put on your desk tonight, but we'll also go over very briefly, is a financial report back to the Assembly on exactly how we spent the funds, and want to be completely transparent and accountable to all of you for the funds that you provided us. I actually provided 2 packets. One packet is the financial report, which is a PowerPoint slide deck presentation. The second packet that I gave you is all of the Centennial grant activities that are occurring over the next month. So a list for all of you to check out and see which ones you may want to attend. From the executive summary point of view, the Alaska Humanities Forum has completely finished up and finalized all the major projects that we were working on within the Centennial. And we provided sort of this report for you to be completely transparent on sort of now that we're complete with our financial report back to you. I think if you and the Assembly began our efforts by granting us $500,000. The Rasmussen Foundation matched that $500,000. And then the Alaska Humanities Forum also had a $50 sponsorship from BP and $15,000 sponsorship from ConocoPhillips. So all in total, we managed $565,000 of funds for the Centennial. Through very good, I think, joint decision-making and budgeting, we did a very good job at estimating how we would spend those funds. We, in fact, had $19,000, almost $20,000 remaining at the end of completion, and those have been returned. The Alaska Humanities Forum has returned those to the municipality for ongoing other projects. If you flip forward 2 pages, you remember that the funding you provided supported 4 basic areas. The legacy projects, one is a commemorative book that Jim just described. One was the documentary Centennial film, Anchorage Is, which I think many of you have had the chance to see, and one is the sort of online website app. The second major category we provided funding for was support for the museum's projects around the Centennial. The third was a Centennial marketing campaign to create awareness, and the fourth category was Alaska Humanities Forum admin and financial management. I'm happy to say that the book and CDs are now officially in distribution and for sale all around Anchorage, and it's exciting to see them moving forward. The Next page, number 5, is a detailed breakdown, specifically how we spent the money, the revenue sources that came in, the expenses that went out. You can see the net variance there at the very bottom of the page is, again, $19,800 remaining. I won't take a lot of time on the marketing and advertising report, but full transparency of exactly how we invested funds in our marketing efforts, both strategically across the whole 2-year duration of the Centennial. And then finally, no good project would be successful without a contingency budget line item, which we did do, and just, again, full disclosure on how we spent the contingency funds and overruns, mostly around the documentary and some around the book. So that is the report on the $500,000 that the Assembly provided for our efforts. I did want to just give you a brief update on the other $500,000 that we received from Rasmussen Foundation for the Community Grants Program. The Rasmussen grants have all been awarded. $450,000 in grants were given out over the last 2 years, of which the Alaska Humanities Forum has paid out $319,000 worth of work, which is great work that's being infused back into our communities right now. We gave out 32 unique grants that ranged in sizes from $1,300 to $55,000 being the largest grant. And then at the end here, I've just provided some examples of wonderful community projects that have been really successful over the last 2 years, a sort of montage of centennial events. I will, for the sake of time, not go through them all, but encourage you all to read through them. Our grantees did some wonderful and amazing work. On the last and final page, the forthcoming Centennial Grant products. We are going to have the second book. Charles Wolforth's book has already been published and is out in the market. We are actually producing a second book, or the 49 writers are producing a second book on the Centennial memoirs. And there's an oral and written history of Fairview and the community seated maps that are some of the grant products that will soon be coming out. The Charter Commission digital archives are soon to be complete, and the Botanical Gardens Centennial Heritage Garden, which will be celebrated tomorrow night. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to Nina and Jim, their respective organizations, for all the hard work they've done to really make the Centennial something far beyond what I even imagined in terms of its cultural, social, educational depth. It really has turned out to be a very, very amazing several years of celebration, and you should be very proud of the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure I can speak for all of my colleagues. Thank you so much to every single one of you for all the work and efforts you put forward celebrating the 100th anniversary of our great community. Thank you very much. We are going to go back to the consent agenda so we can finish the items. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is Ms. Cecilia Harrison in the audience? Cecilia Harrison? Oh, great, thank you. Your appearance request is next.
It's gone crazy on me. My name is Celia Harrison. I'm one of the many homeless people in Anchorage. And if you'll notice, I'm not native and I'm not intoxicated. There are lots of people who don't drink who are homeless. There are lots of native people who don't drink, who stay at the shelters. The reason that I'm here is that there is a huge problem at Brother Francis Shelter. It's a culture of bullying. And nobody else is going to speak out about it except for me. People are afraid, and people get retaliated against, and I have been as well. The last mayoral administration mostly worked on cosmetic fixes for the homeless situation, but what the homeless people need are homes, jobs, health care, etc. One of the reasons why there are so many paramedic calls to the homeless shelter is because there's a huge population of elderly people who come in at night with their walkers and their canes. There's a huge population of mentally ill people. And there's people like me who have disabilities and are on Social Security disability and can't afford to pay the rent with their Social Security. I was actually in housing. I was in USDA RD housing in Soldotna that was extremely dysfunctional, and for 5 years I tried to get several government agencies to do something about it, and it got really unhealthy and I had to leave. That's why I'm in Anchorage. Every day, almost every day, I write an incident report about some of the things that go on at Brother Francis to communicate to the higher up people what's happening. Some of it is incredibly unbelievable. Recently, one of the staff wrote up an infraction report on me for writing up the incident reports, and a lot of them have to do with disruptive behavior, and he said that my behavior was disruptive for writing the reports, or she did. So that's the kind of crazy stuff that goes on. I have talked to women who live outside. There are a lot of people that live outside, and I recently read a report from the Homeless Council that there's been an increase in unsheltered homeless people between 2014 and 2015 that's very significant. And one of the reasons is people will not go to Brother Francis shelter. And people are also thrown out of there all the time for things like something the staff didn't like that they said. And the staff also, there are 2 serial bullies on evening shift. They will set people up because they know they're going to react so that they can use their reaction as a reason to throw them out. They've tried that on me, but one of my health problems is PTSD from workplace bullying, so I know exactly what they're doing.
Ms. Harrison, can you please summarize? It's 3 minutes, but you're past that, but please summarize. Thank you.
Okay. I'm calling for Catholic Social Services to give up their lease to Brother Francis and a more appropriate agency that will treat people more humanely and get rid of the dysfunction to take over the shelter. We also need the city to step up and put in some kind of bathroom for the people that live outside. And when we leave the shelter in the morning, people beg us for water because they don't have a water source. They're very, very thirsty. They'll take water any way they can get it. And I really appreciate your allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Do you have a moment that I can ask you a quick question? This probably wasn't what you came here to speak about, but you mentioned specifically that you were living in Soldotna, and because of conditions there, you chose to move to Anchorage. Could you speak specifically about what was going on in Soldotna that inspired your migration to Anchorage?
This was senior USDA RD senior disabled housing. And most of the subsidized housing is sort of becoming privatized. Corporations are buying the properties, and the corporations are corrupt. And then there's a management company that comes in and starts taking things away, and they stop doing maintenance. I contacted the USDA RD several times, who told me that there wasn't really anything that they could do about it other than take away the subsidy and then everybody would be homeless. But I would call the same office in other states and they would tell me they're supposed to be fining those people to change their behavior. One of the really bizarre things that happened is that there was a retired cop and his wife who were the managers of the property. And then they manipulated their son who had issues into the job, and people reported what was going on with him, and then they retaliated and they formed a gang of elderly people on the property who caused a lot of problems for some of the people. They did a rehabilitation, and because I was speaking up about problems, they didn't do the rehab on my apartment. But my main problems were that they were doing things like painting in areas where there was a gas burner which forms toxic chemicals, and I have chemical sensitivity issues. And then there was also a huge mold issue. But I called Adult Protective Services multiple times, and Adult Protective Services doesn't do anything about problems. And
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. I appreciate that insight.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We have a few more items, I think 4, that were pulled from the consent agenda that we're going to finish before we take the dinner break. And then the next item is 9D8, AM 403, 2015, Kennedy et al. Versus the MOA. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to move to postpone this indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous consent.
Could we have an explanation, please?
Certainly, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think we've already spent well over $500,000 on this, and they want to add another $100,000. And I just think it's time to try to reach a settlement in this and negotiate instead of just fighting it all the way and keep. We may end up spending more on legal fees than what the settlement would have been originally.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anything else, Mr. Flynn? Yes, no?
Goodness knows, and I'm not a big fan of throwing good money after bad, but I would like to get an update before we're going to deny this appropriation. So, Mr. Wheeler, could you help us a little bit here?
Mr. Flynn, we have several in the queue before we get to Mr. Wheeler, and I'd like to follow the queue first. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
I too want to hear from Mr. Wheeler, but the only other thing I can say is that, if this is a matter that can be settled, I think that's a fine idea, but not funding it, not funding further resources for the defense of it will put you in a very bad position to try to settle it because you will basically be disarmed at that point and will be sort of at the will of the other side. So I'd act very cautiously before I took that step. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Wheeler is next. Mr. Wheeler.
Through the chair, assembly members, the case is essentially on 2 tracks right now. One is the cycle of briefing and oral argument in the Supreme Court regarding the jury verdict that was reached in the first trial and whether or not some portion of that jury verdict should be honored by the court system. The second track was set to go to trial this fall, and the parties have been engaged in a series of motion practice and issues regarding discovery and matters related to new disclosures that just came to light in the last few months. That trial date will probably be postponed about a year given the uncertainty as to where discovery is going to go in the trial case and our need to hear from the Supreme Court as to what we're going to retry when the trial comes back around again. If it's the Assembly's desire to not fund the contract, then there would have to be some transition to try to bring this matter in-house. We have not obviously been participating actively in the case because we've been relying on outside counsel. So if we're going to take it in-house and try to resolve it or to continue to litigate it, we need some ability to transition. And I don't know how we would accomplish that if you simply cease funding the case, because then outside counsel can't do anything for us pending our taking over the case if that's where we're going to go with this.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd be more of the advocate. If you're waiting for a Supreme Court decision, then what's the $100,000 for continuing defense? If we're just waiting for a settlement, I think that we can, or waiting for a Supreme Court ruling, I think we could bring this back in-house and get briefed up, particularly given a new administration takes over here in a matter of a week or so, brief up on the legal. I mean, my understanding is the municipality was successful on one side of the track of allegations. The other side is a matter of more he said, who said what, and things of that nature. So this particular litigation, I believe, is ripe for a potential settlement, and perhaps we can use that money towards that resolve. What is the necessity for the $100,000 right now if we're just waiting for a Supreme Court decision?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, unfortunately, you didn't have the benefit of the executive session where we discussed this in detail. I'd be happy to do that with you at your convenience. But essentially, there is a significant amount of work still going on at the trial level because there is a significant amount of work being done in discovery, which involves the sharing of information, desire by the plaintiffs to take additional depositions. We need to be present and defend in those depositions. The court is encouraging the parties to pick up on that, and the court's going to issue a new pretrial order which sets new deadlines for depositions as well as whether or not additional expert testimony is going to be allowed. So they're still in trial prep, notwithstanding the need to get the Supreme Court decision.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Anything else, Mr. Honeman? Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, no, I respect the concerns of some of my colleagues. Dennis, right, Mr. Honeman is correct. We do have some turnover coming up here. How much do you really need to get through the next couple of months? Can we do this for 50, 25 to at least get us over the hump, and then we'll figure the rest out later?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, 50 would work. The 100,000 was to get us into the trial in the fall. That's going to be moved, so I think 50 would cover you for a few months easily, and then you can decide what to do from there.
All right, and I think Mr. Evans and I are going to move to adjust this amount to $50,000 on line 26.
Mr. Flynn moved to adjust the amount to $50,000 on line 26. Mr. Evans was the second. Please vote. We need to put this on the board.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Yeah, we're ready to vote. No. Well, let's just have a voice vote then. What do you think, Madam Chair? Okay, Mr. Steele?
I say yes on the.
Well, it's not showing up, so we're doing a voice vote. Mr. Steele, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, yes?
No.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Now we're back to the main motion. Let's vote on the main motion.
Madam Chair, was that motion to postpone indefinitely, or was that motion to pass it?
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. I was just informed by the clerk that we don't have a motion on the floor to approve, and somebody needs to make a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I'll make a substitute motion to approve the Assembly memorandum as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Second. Mr. Mbosky?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
No.
We're still having issues with the board, so Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson? No. Mr. Horniman?
No.
Mr. Hall?
Mr. Evans?
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I have to call you Mr. Hall this evening. Mr. Peterson? Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes. Mr. Steele voted yes. Yes. Okay, that passes. Next item on the pull from the consent agenda, I believe, is 9D18. Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Mbosky? One moment, Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, this is 9 Delta 18. I thought we were going to have discussions on it. Why was it pulled?
Yeah, I think Mr. Evans wanted to make a comment, Madam Chair.
I always get that reaction.
Mr. Trainee is having way more fun than the rest of us, but I thought Mr. Evans might want to make a comment before he voted on this.
Okay.
That is correct. The reason I pulled it was just because this was on our addendum, and I didn't get a chance to look at it much before. It's a large contract which gives us the ability to approve and appropriate money each year of the contract, but it's a contract I just wasn't familiar with the details of. I have no doubt that the ACPA has managed the facility fine, but I was wondering if this was time sensitive or whether we could postpone this to a subsequent meeting so that I could learn at least a little bit more about how this has been managed and whether these numbers appear to be appropriate.
Is that a motion, Mr.
Yeah,
Evans?
it would be a motion to postpone to our next, or July 14th meeting.
Second? I need a second.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody received the same email that I received, and there has been inquiries from the public wanting to have the opportunity to take public testimony on both this item and the next. So if the body would be so obliged to accommodate the public, I would also ask that this be open for public testimony at our next meeting.
So, thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Evans, would you like to restate your motion to include a public hearing on July 14th?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to postpone this matter to our July 14th meeting and open it for public hearing at that time.
And Mr.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Honeman?
I know Ms. Soppe is in the audience, and this is...
That's the next one.
I'm sorry. Well, I think they're also...
We're doing one at a time, Mr.
Okay, very
Honeman.
good.
Thank you.
Very good. The agreement was there.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's vote. I think we probably need to put this on the board. That isn't working. But in the meantime, Mr. Trainee? No. No. Mr. Trainee? The motion is to postpone this item until the meeting of July 14th and also have a public hearing on that date. Mr. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, yes. Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
That motion passes. We're down now to item 9D19, AM 413, 2015, agreement, tourism agreement with Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau doing business as Visit Anchorage. Mr. Honeman?
Move to approve.
We need a second. Second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Dombrowski.
Madam Chair, just like the previous item that we postponed, I believe there's public desire to weigh in on this item and to vet it a little bit more. Therefore, I would like to make a subsequent motion to postpone this to the meeting of July 14th and open it for public testimony.
We need a second, please. Would anybody like to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman, you wanted to make a comment.
Well, first of all, I need to make an amendment, but I suppose we can take up this motion first. But there's an amendment that needs to be made on line 2, or item number 2, line 27, the date. But I can get to that in a minute. Ms. Soppe is actually with Visit Anchorage, formerly the Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau, and she's here to answer any questions that we might need answered. Again, this is one of the long-term contracts that is part of the Visit Anchorage task. And I think they've done a wonderful job managing and overseeing this sorts of operations. And I believe that the contract was vetted fairly well, and this administration has the confidence in them. And I think that we should agree with this. I support it.
Mr. Honeman, do you have a question that you would like to ask Ms. Soppe?
Ms. Soppe, if you'd please approach. And I guess the specific question, of course, the AM, this contract itself actually expires the end of this year.
Correct. Our current contract is through December of 2015.
Okay. And I'll, to my colleagues on line 27, item 2, there's a correction needs to be made to 2025 that would adjust the 10-year contract date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Honeman.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Any other questions for Ms. Soppe?
I have one.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. If we hold off 2 weeks, going to survive?
What was that?
If we hold off for 2 weeks, will you survive?
Maybe. It'll be a very anxious 2 weeks. But if you do have questions this evening or questions that you want to have me come back prepared for, we are anxious to get the contract signed and zipped up as any agency is. So.
Sure, and we are too. It's always tricky when these things show up on the addendum and we don't have a time to vet things. So if you can, if you can keep your fingers crossed, take a deep breath.
Toes, everything?
Yeah, I think we'd be better off if we could just give a couple of weeks so everyone can make sure all their questions are answered.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple quick comments. These two particular contracts, I think we would unequivocally say are probably the two best managed that we have in our facility system. And while there's probably time, certainly because this starts for next year, but well, I'll tell you what. What I was going to say is, Ms. Demboski, I think, made reference to people who wanted to testify, and I just would ask as a courtesy that if there are people with concerns and they have those in writing, have communicated them in writing, if they could be shared with the administration so we can help, prepare any answers to those as well.
I'll forward that email to you, Mr. Mayor. We all received it, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, there's a motion on the floor brought forward by Ms. Demboski to postpone this item until a meeting of July 14th and to also hold a public hearing. And there was a second by Mr. Evans, and I think we need to put this on the board. Great, it's working now. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Demboski?
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you. From the consent agenda is item 9D22, Ms. Demboski.
Move to approve.
We need a second.
Second.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first have to start by apologizing because of the wildfires that were happening up north, I did miss the HANA work session. And so I'm just looking for a couple of answers, whether it's from another assembly member or the administration, either way. My question is, with HANA, it seems going this direction is a significant step. And my question is, has the new administration weighed in on the decision to move forward with HANA, or is this not something that yet has been discussed or weighed in by the new administration?
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Any other comments on this? Mr. Honeman, you can take the chair because I have a comment. Ms. Demboski, thank you very much for pulling this item, and I would like someone to make a motion to postpone this item until the meeting of July 14th.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair. I move to postpone item 9D22 to the July 14th meeting.
Second. I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We need to vote on this. Let's put it on the board.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, so I'm assuming by your request for the motion that the new administration hasn't yet weighed in on whether they want to go with HANA or not?
You're absolutely correct, Ms. Demboski, and we're going to vote on this. And Ms. Demboski?
Thank you. I vote yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
That motion passes. Did I miss somebody? Mr. Peterson, thank you, Mr. Peterson. That motion passes.
Did you vote?
Madam Chair, can you give me a vote count on that one? I can't hear it. Thank you.
Did you hear me? My microphone was off, Ms. Demboski. Did you hear that?
What did you say?
8 to 1. Right.
8. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Peterson, what is your vote on this item?
I actually voted no.
Did you? Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. We were having a little bit of trouble with the machine, but we're getting there. All right. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue. Was it for what we just voted on?
It sure was, but...
I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. The next item is 9D23, AM 421-2015, SAP Database Software and Maintenance and Support Services from SAP. Ms. Demboski.
Madam Chair, just like the last item, I'd like to postpone this item to July 14th.
Can we have a second?
Second.
Any comments before we vote?
Yeah.
Mr. Flynn,
Madam Chair, I would just say this goes hand in hand. This is another HANA appropriation, and so I think it's prudent, since the next administration is going to be holding the bag on this one, they should be able to weigh in on it.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah. Question for Mr. Haddon. I probably should have asked it the last item. If we hold this up a couple of weeks, what are we doing here? What risk are we incurring upon ourselves?
I'll take care of that one.
Off the hot seat, Mr. Haddon. Congratulations.
You bet. Madam Chair, Mr. Flynn, the reason we brought this forward was so that we could start the upgrade of SAP that we talked about the other day in the proceeding that you were attending. So what this will do is put the upgrade process back. You'll approve the July 14th, perhaps, and at that time, it'll take them about 15 to 20 days, or a little bit longer than that, depending on when the contract is approved, to start the upgrade. So we pushed this forward. Zig said you needed a decision by July 1. I did explain the HANA decision to the mayor and the chief of staff. However, I do not know whether they support it or not. I didn't understand from them that they didn't support it. So I apologize if the mayor-elect. I apologize for that. I didn't anticipate that you would defer it. The question didn't come up. So we put this forward because we wanted to meet Zig's deadline and also continue to move forward as fast as we can on the SAC project. That said, this is a big decision. So I understand why you would want the incoming mayor to weigh in. I don't mind at all. I'm not protesting your decision in any way. I'm just letting you know that there'll be a little more time on the back end for the SAP upgrade. But I'm not complaining at all.
Thank you, Ms. Guyard. Anything else, Mr. Flynn? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr.
I just want to make sure I heard the answer correctly, if I may. Just to clarify, Ms. Guyard?
I'm sorry, sir.
So we've already made a decision to hold off on 9 Delta 22.
Which is part of it.
Ms. Dombowski is asking that we hold off on 9 Delta 23. These do not fundamentally compromise the project. They just delay it.
Yes, sir, you are correct. They simply, create a space in time, but they do not. I mean, at the back end, you'll be a little bit longer. We might not start developing on 10/1. That was a date that we selected early on. I think you should find out as much information as you possibly can. This is a very significant step. We're comfortable with it, and they need to be comfortable with it.
And what's our burn rate that we're going to be, I won't say wasting, but utilizing while we're waiting to make this decision?
Through the chair, that's a very good question, Mr. Flynn. This contract was to move forward on the upgrade and to have SAP do the work associated with the upgrade. So your contractors that you're currently paying right now are working on other activities. This will delay the upgrade process, which will delay the development process, but you're not burning money having people wait.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Ms. Guyard. Mr. Starr.
Well, I don't make every work session myself because we have busy schedules, but, this falls into the arena of a policy decision by this assembly body. I think we heard a pretty significant and I thought a well-presented pro and con discussion from another outside contractor that knows this stuff. And it was one of the more enlightening discussions, and I think there's a milestone here that will perhaps ensure that the success of SAP is greater because we're at a hosting service that can keep up with the SAP group itself. So, Ms. Dombowski, if you could perhaps educate yourself on the consultant findings from last Friday, I think that will be hopefully a partnership discussion that we have with the incoming administration, with us taking the lead on policy, because the hosting service, the relationship between the SAP hosting service and the HANA technology could very well be the level of success, so they can't blame it on our hardware not keeping up or some of the hardware limitations that SAP in the future will have. You host it in the clouds or in the hosting services provided by the vendor. As our consultant says, we have one neck to choke, and I thought that was pretty good if it should in fact fail. So ideally, if we can perhaps partner up with the new administration to educate them, that consultant finding I think was fundamental on where we go from here, and a good policy call for us to make earlier than later.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. I was at the work session on Friday, and the bottom line is we're going to, if we keep SAP, we're going to have to go to this new database, also known as HANA. We're not going to have any choice. And so I really think that based on what I just said and other issues, I think we really need to postpone action on this until the meeting of July 14. I would encourage all of you to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please vote. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Demboski?
Yes.
Is everybody in? Okay. Oops. Thank you. That passes 7-3. Okay, we have one more item that was pulled from the consent agenda, and then we'll take our dinner break. But that item is 9E3. Mr. Starr.
9 Echo 3, move to accept.
Second.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, and that's hopefully not considered a boring report. It's kind of one of our fiduciary responsibilities is to get good at this stuff financially. In these CAFR reports, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report is pretty important. So if you don't have it tonight, at least go find it and don't throw it away. I suggest keeping the report because it certainly helps at budget building time and later on in the year. So as you can educate yourself or use this document, it's how much did we spend last year? It's in this book. How much did we budget versus how much did we spend? Ratios, percentages, fund balances, it's all there. It's not boring reading, quite frankly. It surely is fundamental and fiduciary to our job, to what we do. I, as chair of audit, was prepared to sort of be there and hold hands with that. Michelle Drew, could you come up just because I want you to entertain that? But there's a compliment here is that as audit chair, I was ready to sort of bolster and urge and prod departmental coordination and energies. We had one meeting and we have a fantastic report with detailed tables and the full management summary report, relatively trouble-free. As audit chair throughout the entire audit committee, we saw weekly summary reports easily read. So I think we were money well spent with BDO, and your integration with that in the working document is to be commendable. So there's a thank you in that. If there's anything that you need to do other than introduce yourself and be available for resources, that'd be helpful. I don't need a whole re-summary of the work session from last Friday, but certainly thank you for being here.
Certainly. For the record, my name is Michelle Drew, and I'm the audit partner with BDO. We are external independent auditors. As Mr. Starr said, we start the audit process actually in February, and it goes all the way through into June. And I cannot even begin to over-exaggerate the volume of work that is involved in actually producing that financial statement. The vast majority of that work is actually conducted and prepared by municipal employees. And I just want to throw out there that it would be impossible for me and my team to do our job if the municipal employees weren't as hardworking and dedicated as they are in putting forth the effort to prepare that document and get it ready for us. So we certainly appreciate your business and very much appreciate the hard work of everyone in the municipality, not just the accountants, but especially the accountants. And the controller is here tonight, kind of hiding back there, but it's certainly his department and his team that really, really put that 178-page document together, and it's an excellent document. So,
thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Mr. Starr, my copy has peanut butter on it, so that can tell you I was working on it was 6 in the morning is when I review these. And thank you, Ms. Drew. It is, as Mr. Starr pointed out, a good document, and it does point us in the right direction as we move forward. So we appreciate your help in facilitating our employees who do an outstanding job.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr?
No, not for Ms. Drew anymore. There is a certain amount of money available should we need to contact BDO for some findings or certainly either through me or just call BDO directly, ask for Michelle Drew for clarification. They're happy to give it. I just want to talk a little bit about the findings. Thank you, Michelle. The meat of the matter in that is I think we're doing our job up here to ensure the fiscal health of the city. On piggyback, particularly Mayor, this is really for you, Ms. Mahoney, if she's watching and listening. Some of the policy recommendations on the refunding financing, some of the real meat and potatoes of city financing, how healthy our fund balances are, our reserve accounts, our ability to attract good investments and perform levels of that. I can't tell you how this one reads. It's one of the better ones that I've seen. Our fund balance is healthy. Our AAA bond, I believe, is secure if we could just convince Fitch to do it. And that, quite frankly, saves the city millions of dollars on borrowed money. The city is in debt and has always been in debt. I think it's no greater or no less than the debt when the mayor moved into office, slightly lower, but still $1.3 billion in debt our small town is. So there's good news on the fund balance, the health of the city, our ability to handle crisis or any sort of emergency reserves, and our fund balance accounts are well stocked through policy support from this body as well, so we should take credit for that, but don't get lax in all of that. So that's my speech on the audit findings and the health of the city as we ended last year. So I think the new administration is coming in well served and has some good funding support to do policy statements that they would like to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Ms. Drew. The motion on the floor is to accept AM 69-2015, the 2014 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. I'm asking for unanimous consent. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Thank you. Before we break, I just want to let everybody know what was stated earlier in the meeting. The intent of this body is to postpone indefinitely item 13A, which is a grant to the ACDA for tennis coverings at East High. Item 13B to also postpone indefinitely, which is restricting safety services at the Anchorage Safety Center. And also, the intent of this body is to continue the public hearing on item 14K, the airport exchange. We will open the public hearing for testimony for those of you who would like to testify this evening, but we will be continuing that public hearing to the meeting of August 25th. With that said, we're going to take a dinner break. Thank you. June 23rd, back to order. We're now at item 11A, Assembly Memorandum 385, 2015, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment. Andre Spinelli, what's the wish of the body?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Thank you. That vote was 7. Well, thank you. Gotcha. Okay, that vote was 9-0. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 11B. It's a notice of reconsideration on AR 2015-191, a 10-year lease effective 2009 through 2019 with U.S. Air Force for use of approximately 49 acres adjacent to the Anchorage Regional Landfill. The notice of reconsideration was moved by Mr. Starr, and I think it was seconded by Ms. Domboski. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, I've done research on the topic. We ultimately voted yes on the main motion, and I'm going to urge a yes vote on the main motion again. There's two ways to do it. We can just not reconsider, or we can move to reconsider and discuss. But at this point, I'd urge a no on the reconsideration and just let the motion of approval stand.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I think we already have a motion to reconsider, don't we?
No, and I'm going to make it.
A notice of reconsideration.
I just wanted that preface on what's going on here, but we've done some good research. The administration has done fine. So
Right.
I move a motion to reconsider, and I urge a no vote on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Please vote. Ms. Domboski?
No.
Mr. Trainee?
No.
Okay, okay. Sorry. Okay, that vote failed 9-2. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 13A. AO 2015-66, an ordinance approving and appropriating an additional $800,000 to the Anchorage Community Development Authority 2015 operating budget for a grant to the Alliance for the Support of American Legion Baseball to be used for a multipurpose pavilion. It's accompanied by AM 355-2015. What's the wish of the body?
This is continued open.
True. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
We need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Ms. Domboski?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
That vote passed 10-0. The next item on the agenda is 13B, AO 2015-51, to restrict who use the services of the Anchorage Safety Center more than 3 times in a 12-month period from the purchase of alcohol from packaged liquor stores. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Any discussion? Mr. Flynn?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I support the motion to postpone indefinitely because we have not resolved the legal issues surrounding this. That said, I want to acknowledge that this proposal actually came from one of the neighborhoods I have the pleasure of representing, and it's a model that has been used in other jurisdictions to some positive effects. Specifically, I believe it's Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So, I know we're turning some people over in this next couple of weeks, but, Mr. Wheeler, if I can ask for a goodbye present, maybe you're sticking around, I don't know. If your department can stay on this, I would like to find a way to make this workable, because it is, these specific individuals who are talking about, the frequent flyers, so to speak, there's about 200 of them in Anchorage, do have a significant impact on the neighborhoods to the east of downtown. So if you guys can keep on this and see if we can find a way to work through the legal issues, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Wheeler, do you want to respond?
Through the chair, thank you. Mr. Flynn, the problem we're running into is that under state law, certainly, the data source is considered confidential data. And until we can find a workaround, which doesn't appear to be available to us under current state law, we're going to have to find some other way to gather information about who's using the services and who should be on the list. Right now, we can't use that information in this manner.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and a few of us know a few state legislators, so we might be able to help address that. And actually, I misspoke, Mr. Honan, Mr. Peterson. It was actually Green Bay, Wisconsin that implemented this policy, I think about 10 years ago. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr?
Well, I'm a little startled that we want to postpone it for indefinitely. I think that the amount of work and the policy call that we could potentially keep alive, but it would be helpful to not postpone indefinitely. It's quite a bit of work, quite a bit of research, quite a bit of discussion. One of the elements that I was going to talk about was a volunteer disclosure. The users themselves may say, hey, I've had enough of this, put me on the list and don't sell me any more stuff. So we could perhaps circumvent some of the initial by just a willingness to the user groups that are tired of being part of that circular problem. So, I mean, respectfully, I would want to put some energy into it, but by postponing indefinitely, it sort of sends it down the message that it wasn't a good idea. And so I hope that you would perhaps enjoin an alternate suggestion that we just sort of keep it around for a while. If it becomes part of the homelessness task force that Mayor Incoming resolves or some other dialogue, we start with a platform as opposed to, oh, by the way, let's reconstruct. So I'm not really interested perhaps in sending the whole thing away. I think it read pretty well. The confidential nature of it all, perhaps outstanding, but the idea that perhaps these folks want to contribute their own volunteerism and say, get me out of here.
Well, let's kick it to Mr. Evans. I mean, Mr. Evans, are you willing to work this one a little bit with your committee?
Mr. Flynn, excuse me, Mr. Evans
Oh,
in the queue.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Honeman is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to clarify, this is suggested at the request of this administration, that notwithstanding that there's some issues Mr. Wheeler addressed with some legality with the current ordinance as it is written and the points that are spelled out. Saying that, I'm also supportive of something similar to this. I believe there is a fix or end around, but it's going to take a little more work. I do believe that at this time the best thing we can do is postpone this indefinitely, and whether we go back to this document and pick out the choice pieces that we like or not, we could always draft something new with the new administration that's coming out. And I'm more than willing to take that on, or perhaps work with Mr. Evans. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. I have a comment and a question. First of all, I agree that I don't think postponing it indefinitely is the appropriate response. I would be much more comfortable with a date certain. It could be a few months out, could be September, something to give us some time to work on it. That said, I'd be glad to have this as part of our committee's work. It is kind of related to what we're doing. I think ultimately it is going to be a legal answer, though, and my question for Mr. Wheeler was, is the restriction on the data source based upon the determination that the sleep-off center is a treatment center?
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, yes, that's part of it, but the other part of the problem is the service that the vans provide, the pickup service, also has a confidential requirement associated with the information it collects as well. So we've got to deal with what the sources are for that kind of information.
Yeah, I would like us to try to keep working on this, see what other cities have used. I think there's a way around the ACLU's objections. So whatever form it is, I would support any length of delay as long as it is a date certain.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually agree with Mr. Evans that I think the law department and our committee might be able to find a way to make this work. And I'm willing to amend this if the mover is to maybe, how about September 15th?
I'll make the substitute motion to postpone this item to September 15th.
I'll second that new motion.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any discussion on Mr. Flynn's secondary motion? Please vote. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Dombowski?
Yes.
That's okay. Take your time. Okay, that postponement to the meeting of September 15 was passed 10-0. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is new public hearings, and the first public hearing is item 14A, Resolution 2015-182, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Public Employees Local 7D1, and there's two AMs, well actually there's an AM 347-2015 and also an AIM 73-2015. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Please vote. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Dombowski?
Yes.
That motion was approved 10-0. Next item on the agenda is item 14B, Resolution 2015-179, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving the Whitehall Street water main extension and providing for assessments of benefited properties at the time of service connection. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I mentioned this earlier, but just in case I have failed to, my stepbrother owns a property on Whitehall, doesn't fit our code of ethics as a conflict, but want to declare that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I think that the Chairman Traney determined that you did not have a conflict, so I agree with his determination. So you'll be voting on that issue. Any further discussion on this? Okay, please vote. Mr. Traney?
Yes.
Ms. Zimboski?
Yes.
That passed 10-0. Next item on the agenda is item 14C, AO 2015-67, an ordinance authorizing a lease renewal on a portion of Tract A2, Brindlewood subdivision between the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility and Alaska Wireless Network, LLC, formerly ACS Wireless, Inc. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Mr. Traney? Mr. Traney? Ms. Zimboski?
Yes.
Mr. Traney?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Zimboski. Voice is a little bit different.
I thought I heard Amy. You know, I'll sorry.
Mr. Starr, we need your vote. Thank you.
Laughing at me.
Okay, Mr. Traney will be recorded as absent for this vote. The vote is 9-0, and it passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 14D, AO 2015-68, an ordinance authorizing a lease on a portion of Tract A, Northwood subdivision between the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility and Alaska Wireless Network, LLC, Anchorage LLC. Thank you. And there's an AM 360-2015 that accompanies it. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
Thank you. My name is Tony Sisto, S-I-S-T-O, and I'm here representing the Chugiak Community Council at their request. Over the past year and a half, GCI, who presented to the council several times over the past year and a half on this issue, the council asked about co-locating as an expression of concern about a proliferation of towers in residential zoned areas. They also expressed a concern, the council did, on the impact on property values. These requests and concerns were not an indication of approval, but to understand the issue. GCI responded by increasing their original proposal from an 80-foot tower to a 120-foot tower, and they also contracted for an appraisal. In the end, while we appreciate GCI's efforts, neither response was satisfactory to the community. The 120-foot height sticking out substantially above the trees in a residential neighborhood caused great concern. And the appraisal was rather generic, mainly by defining a decrease in value, looking for a decrease in value, and measuring that as a measurable downward trend discernible in the market, and defining the market as the municipality of Anchorage. Indeed, you could probably put anything at the end of Norton Court and not have a substantial impact on the market in MOA. So consequently, on two separate occasions after these reports, the Community Council decided to oppose the cell tower. Once on June 2014, passed a resolution opposing the proposed tower at Norton Court, which resulted in AWWU, according to their policy and practice at the time, asking for an indefinite postponement with planning and zoning. The second time, January 2015, after the presentation and appraisal, vote was held, and the Community Council again voted not to approve. However, after that meeting, GCI went to AWWU, and AWWU reversed their practice at the time and now say it is available. So we find ourselves here tonight. To help answer the legitimate questions of the Planning and Zoning Committee last week, one member asked of a presenter, do you own a cell phone? Suggesting that by doing so, we freely open ourselves to all the negative impacts of the technology. However, we also all own cars, yet generally don't allow or encourage oil wells to be developed in the backyards of a residential community. In summary, it is the position of the Chugiak Community Council that it should be a last resort or an emergency action before the Assembly allows a cell tower to be placed in an area surrounded by residential zoning that was in an already well-established neighborhood which is what Tablelands is, and certainly Norton Court. Indeed, from an initial online search of the 66 antennas between Chugiak and Eagle River, only 11 are registered at 120 feet or higher, and of all those, 2 are in non-residential areas that were there before the residents. So in summary, the Chugiak Community Council respectfully asks that the conditional use permit not be approved. Thank you.
Sir, if you have
questions?
anything else to say, since you're representing the community council, you have 5 minutes. So,
Oh, I heard the beep.
yeah, it was said at 3 in error, but you have 2 more minutes if you want to
I've been told
talk.
5, but I figured
Er-
I was just having so much fun.
Oh, okay, so if you're
Okay.
done, thank you very
Well,
much.
I do have just
Oh, okay, please
a
go
follow-up.
forward.
I was ending sooner.
Thank you.
The towers that we found that were over that height, only 2 were in residential areas over 120 feet, and it looked like they had been there prior to the development of the residential area in Eagle River. It has been noted that GCI's first option had been on Barrow Drive. That was in the middle of a residential area, and it was rejected by neighbors, and they moved on. They say that Norton Court is the only place. However, they did not, apparently, from my understanding, look at some current areas in the same vicinity along a multi-use zone area along the Glen Highway at the Peters Creek Fork. There's some land for sale there, and there may be other land looking for lease. All these are basically in the same distance for serving tablelands. In short, it should be shown why there's an emergency or last resort to establish a tower in the middle of an existing and developed residential area. It's all R7 around the proposed tower. If it indeed passes that test, which we do not think it does, then we would expect that emergency or last resort to have been met and not see any future requests for additional towers within that established residential neighborhood. Indeed, we feel no established residential neighborhood surrounding the tower proposal should have a tower except as a last resort. In short, we believe GCI failed to make their case and ask the conditional use permit not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr has a question.
Thank you for testimony that's accurate and concise. Did GCI indicate to you what their service range was going to be from the tower, what they were trying to serve?
Well, their existing tower that serves that area is about a half a mile away, and so they're moving this tower a half a mile closer to the area, so I would assume another half mile, but I don't recall what they said.
You know the area well, too, as I do. Do you think they're trying to service the other side of the inlet and the Wasilla side with their strength in the tower? In the height?
I do not know that, and I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, what would be the neighborhood reaction, you think, initially to having it, say, at Oberg Field down the road a little ways back in that open space? Is that going to be the same battle that we all have now?
Well, my understanding was that GCI said they thought about using the PLI-zoned area there at Oberg Field and decided that no one would look at approving such a tower in a PLI zone, even though apparently at Kincaid they have a proposal in the PLI zone as well.
Understand.
I don't know how the council would look at that.
Okay.
It would be a legitimate question to look at because there are already existing tower structures in the area, but it's a park as well, so there would certainly be considerations.
Great. Did they say they're going to put a flashing light on the 120 tower? Is that also?
Yes, there will be 2 steady-state red lights, medium intensity, required by FAA because it's a mile from Birchwood Airport.
Great. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank
Welcome.
you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Domboski?
Yes, I had a quick question for Mr. Sisto, if he's still there.
Yes, he is.
Mr. Sisto, I don't have it in front of me, but do you happen to have the vote from the Chugiak Community Council from January? In my recollection, it was very, very close.
Yes, it was 13 to 11.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move
to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr?
I'm actually going to urge that we deny the request and let them repackage the request through. I concur with the existing residential community as being mature. It's not a developing area. And whenever you encroach in sort of traditionally designed and people are set in that community, it's not a growing community. So the other options that I see, and I have I have the privilege of looking at the area from the air, and I suspect that there may be a motivation. There may be a motivation for GCI to reach across the inlet here. It's easy to do. The additional height would do that. The other thing is I'm just not a big fan of the red light in the neighborhood. There's a tower that's been put up by Three Bears. We approved that one along the Old Glen. We also ought to urge co-location. The tower ordinance requires the opportunities for those vendors to look at one another for tower support and interagency agreements, even though they compete. Verizon, GCI, AT&T all are trying to do it, and if that's the case, then I think this body also could enforce the requirement that they go and look at co-location with more than the answer that the equipment's not compatible. That's the answer you'll get, is that, oh, ours competes with theirs and it interferes and all the other things. So taking some of the dialogue away, Ms. Domboski is very, very close to the edge. I know Chugiak does their homework. You can tell by the vote it wasn't a small population. 25 people at a community council meeting is pretty significant. I don't fault GCI for the disclosure and the information, but I think that there's alternate sites, and I believe that if they looked at the park down the street, municipally owned parkland, they may get a hit on that as an approved site and relatively close. So I'm going to urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support Mr. Starr in his urging of no vote, and my reasons are a little more parochial. We have the same issue that I'm dealing with on an alley between E and F Streets and 12th and 13th Avenues, where we've got a cellular provider who has worked around every potential roadblock to try and get a tower installed there. We're probably going to see it in front of us in a couple of months, and I'm going to ask for you guys to give me the same support I'm going to offer to you. We have office towers in the downtown Anchorage area. There's no reason we can't be doing more co-location, and yet people are insisting on putting a tower on a utility pole behind a church right next to people's houses. I don't think that's appropriate for a mature community, and I think we, as a body, need to get smarter on how we can enforce co-location and enforce, frankly, better we'll call it disguising of these towers so that they are not so disruptive to neighborhoods. And we're not seeing that coming from the commercial market, so we're going to, I think, have to push that on them. And so, Ms. Domboski, I recognize you made the motion to approve, presuming this, whether this fails or is approved. I think that's a task the Title 21 Commission committee needs to take on, because this is going to be a more and more common occurrence. My understanding is as we move to 4G, higher density of towers is going to be considered necessary, and we're going to have to get better at this, and we're not there yet.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman.
Yes. First, I had a request to the administration that there's a amendment to be proffered on the intent. It's on the Assembly Memorandum 360-215. And if I might, the amendment is on line 11, and the amendment would read, AWWU request the 120-foot telecommunication tower lines to be changed to read 100-foot telecommunications tower. If I can get a second on that.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Domboski.
I think I have pertinent information that'll help, and it may change Mr. Honeman's amendment. So I'm just going to say that and let you continue until you call on me.
And Ms. Domboski, Mr. Honeman, I would really like to hear what Ms. Domboski has to say, and I think the body should hear it before we go forward with your amendment, if that's okay with everyone. Thank you. Ms. Domboski, the clerk needs to record the amendment first, and then you will have the floor. Did you record it? Okay, thank you. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this is obviously...
I'm trying to listen to this thing, guy.
Sorry, Mr. Trainee, can you mute your phone again?
Sorry about that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
My signal is going in and coming out, so I may lose you guys.
Okay. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Domboski. We can hear you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I just want to give a little context to this discussion, and unfortunately, I think I'm going to be opposing what Mr. Starr has proposed. First, this proposed cell tower initially came from a site right next to Oberg Field with an existing utility easement in it, and the community council rejected it. And during that community council meeting, the community council, their initial proposal, we had asked them if they had evaluated all the areas in the area, and they hadn't. So I happened to make them aware of the fact that there was multiple options, and they said, well, we don't know of any other utilities. So I told them on Norton Court, which at the last meeting, the body did say that I could participate because, as you know, I do live on Norton Court. So my intent was not to drive them towards here, just to make them aware of they need to evaluate all of the region. With that said, during their presentation, they did bring forward service area maps in which there were gaps, specifically in this area and not at all in the Wasilla or across the inlet. That was not any part of the discussion, but the topography and the maps they showed us were localized to this area. So when it came forward back to the community council, potentially at Norton Court, it was the community council who asked the GCI to have this a potential for a co-location site. And GCI made it very clear that the initial proposal was for 80 feet. That's how tall the tower was. And the council made it very, very clear that the policy should be, rather than having multiple cell towers in the area, we should have one that was taller. Now, with that said, GCI made it very clear that it would make the tower about 120 feet and that it would, because of FAA rules and whatnot, most likely have to be lit up because of its proximity to Birchwood Airport. So it was through the recommendations and the requests of the council in order to accommodate future co-location that it be increased over that 100-foot threshold. And so that's how that developed specifically. But what I can tell you, when it comes to this particular location, it is in a mature neighborhood. There's no question. On one side, it's on a ravine. It's at the top of a ravine, so it gives them kind of good cell coverage. But it's also on the end of a cul-de-sac, and it's also on a quite large utility lot for AWWU. So whether if you bring this back to the location close to Oberg Field, I think you'll have the same neighbors coming and expressing the same concerns, in which the community council, by a much larger margin, turned that particular area, not a specific site, but area down. So I think no matter what, it's challenging. And this is one of the questions that we've been talking about anecdotally, but nonetheless talking about, is dealing with cell towers in the municipality of Anchorage. So when you get to, whether if you knock this one back down, whether you say 100 feet, Mr. Honeman, or you say 80 feet, I think if you're looking not to co-locate, then you would say 80 feet, because that was the original proposal. But if you're looking for co-location, a lot of these other cell towers that have already been built, if they're not tall enough, you can't co-locate them. So that's why GCI came. Now, I don't know. I didn't hear anybody from GCI testify, Madam Chair. Is there anyone in the audience from GCI?
Yes. Someone from GCI is here.
Could you please come up front? Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Cynthia Coughlin, GCI Wireless.
Hi, Cindy. How are you?
Great. Thank you, Amy.
Good. I can just barely hear you. So if I'm shouting, please just tell me to tone it down. Cindy, when you presented to the community council, can you just recap for the assembly? I was there. I took no part in the conversation. I didn't vote on it or anything. But can you refresh for me what the conversation was when GCI changed their original plan to go from 80 feet to 120 feet?
When we originally came to the community council in Chuquiac, we were originally looking at the Barron Road site, which is about, it's a proximity of maybe 5 blocks from Oberg Park Oberg Field. And Oberg Field is too close to our other cell sites, so I had to, when I acquisitioned, I looked further back, and we looked at a utility easement that runs behind the Barron Road site. It's a old water utility treatment plant, or not a treatment plant, it's a water well that feeds the community. And behind there is a large easement for MEA. And so that was where I was looking to put an 80-foot tower, but there was such a community involvement during that very first meeting, then they were a little bit upset about the MEA coming in there and putting up new cell towers and asked us to look at MEA. So we talked with MEA about putting a cell tower behind on that easement, and they did not want us to do that. So there was some talk about another well water facility on Norton Court, and we looked at that and found that it actually had a better propagation for our coverage in the area, which does not go across the inlet. It is more northwest to and sort of northeast, but it's a rounded, and we did have that in our conditional use permit, exactly the area that we were looking at, which is the brand new subdivision built behind Oberg Road across the ravine. So that's more of the area that we're looking at to the northwest and northeast into that new subdivision. When we came back to Norton Court, they told us that they felt like they needed more people to listen to us and talk with us, and that's what happened at that meeting. We came back again. They said that they didn't oppose the tower, but they were more looking for a tower to be put up that could have more co-location on it. So we came back with an appraisal because they were concerned about property values, and we also acknowledged that we needed to raise the height for their passing of they wanted an ordinance passed through their community council for a higher structure built. If there was going to be cell towers in the area, they wanted something higher to where you could have at least 3 co-locations.
Okay, and just to talk, I'm trying to do this off of memory, but can you talk about the service area coverage? Mr. Starr had asked that question, and it was my understanding that this cell tower was specifically to service the Peters Creek kind of Chugiak area. Is that the case, or is this going to service the across the inlet?
No, it will not. It's not going to go across the inlet. This is going to be in the Chugiak area.
I mean specifically for the coverage. Is this cell tower going in to serve the Chugiak Eagle River community, or is this going to benefit across the inlet too?
The propagation map that we presented in the conditional use permit does not involve across the inlet.
Okay, and just to follow up on the last point, are there other sites that GCI has looked at that that bubble that I'm thinking of that you said when you presented to the council, this is the void in service area. We have to find some place within this circle to satisfy that void. Is there other locations besides, this is the second one, besides the first and the second one that GCI has presented? Are there other locations that you've identified as potential sites?
There was another location which is on top of the MEA tower, and MEA said that we could not do that due to the transmission lines that fed between Fairbanks and Homer.
Okay. So one more question. If, in fact, this location is decided by the Assembly that it's okay, is there still an option to go back to the 80-foot tower rather than the 120-foot tower?
The conditional use states that we can be at 100 foot. So there isn't any need for us to go to 80 foot, and therefore there wouldn't, and the reasons for co-location at 80 foot would not support at least 3, which is what the community council was wanting us to do.
But at 100 foot it would?
At 100 foot, yes.
Okay.
We would like to be at 120, being that the last person that co-locates at the bottom would have a better propagation. We feel like that would be better for that last person to co-locate at the bottom of the tower. However, our conditional use permit stated 100 foot.
Okay. And my last question is specifically regarding the appraisal that GCI had presented to the Community Council. Can you just give, in like a minute, give a really quick recap for the Assembly what that appraisal was and what the findings of it were?
The appraisal for the market values?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, well, one of the big concerns with cell towers is neighbors are always concerned it's going to diminish their property value. So I know GCI did or had a third-party appraisal, independent appraisal done. So can you just very quickly summarize what that appraisal findings were?
The appraisal findings were a market value appraisal through homeowners, through mortgage companies, through title companies. We were told by the Community Council to take a third-party appraiser in the area and do a very thorough, which took about 3 months for him to interview. I have the statistics in my packet, but large, extensive interviews with questions. And they put together a large proposal that talked about what real estate agents, what appraisers felt in the community, and their conclusion was that the market would not be substantially impacted by a cell tower.
Thank you for that. Unless you had, did I just cut you off?
There would be more things that would impact the community, such as a landfill or being next to a highway. Those were the things that he found in the appraisal report or the market report. It was just that a cell tower, there wasn't enough substantial information to say that it was going to substantially decline the market.
Okay. Thank you for that. I have no further questions for
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you. Madam Chair,
yes?
I have remarks, but if other people have questions for GCI, I'm fine to wait on my remarks.
And we would really appreciate that, Ms. Dombowski, because we have a couple more folks in the queue for starters. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to ask first the administration, I think Mr. Vacalis might have more insight on the 100-foot amendment comes at the request of AWU and Mr. Jokla at AWU. Mr. Vacalis?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The reason that we changed it to 100 feet, when GCI went through the conditional use process with the Planning and Zoning Commission on the 8th of June, what they permitted as a result of the conditional use request, not 120 feet, they requested 100 feet. So we felt it was appropriate to come forward with what the Planning and Zoning Commission basically allowed, and that was 100 feet as opposed to the 120.
Okay. And then my question to GCI or the administration, follow-up, is at 100 feet, does there still need to be a warning light for airplane traffic?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Thank you, Mr. Vacalis. We have a motion on the floor. Mr. Honeman, I believe it was yours. Would you like to restate the motion, please?
Yes. On the AM, which is 360-215, and accompanies this ordinance, line 11, where the numbers say maintain and operate a 120-foot telecommunications tower, will change the height to maintain and operate a 100-foot telecommunications tower.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman.
Second.
Please vote on the motion. Ms. Dombowski?
And Madam Chair, this is to change it to 100 feet?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Traney, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Traney, what's your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 10-0.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Dombowski?
I don't know if anybody else is in the queue, but I'd like to go back to the main motion whenever I can be back in
Ms.
the queue.
Dombowski, you have the floor because nobody else is in the queue at this time.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I recognize watching this process for many, many months, well over a year, I recognize it's never easy putting cell towers in neighborhoods, especially existing neighborhoods. However, I have watched this process, and I have watched this particular company take in the comments of the community and the council and their concerns and try to balance that with their coverage needs. I recognize that it's always an inconvenience to have, whether it's a power pole or a cell tower or even a pump house put in near your home. And I, more than anyone, as I sit in my front living room this morning or this afternoon and I'm looking out my window, I will see it from my window if it's approved. And I have to say, you know, it was the council who asked for it to get a little taller, allowing for co-location. And Mr. Honeman, speaking about the blinking light, at one of the council meetings, it was addressed, and they were told because it's so close to Birchwood Airport, even at 80 feet, the FAA may require it be lit up. So it's not specifically necessarily how tall is your tower, but it's also where is your tower located. And because we are in that radius of an airport, even at 80 feet, depending on what FAA says, it may be lit up. With all that said, I can tell you at the council meeting as well, this was a very tough vote for council members because, as you can see, by a 13 to 11 vote, it was defeated there. However, there were multiple people that did abstain and didn't vote. I was one of them. I didn't vote. But I also know there was somebody from GCI that actually lives out here. And so I look at that and I say this was a tough decision, and it's because nobody wants a cell tower in their backyard, quite frankly, or in my case, the front yard. But with that said, frankly, if you can't put one in a spot like this, when it's at the end of a cul-de-sac, it is going to be obstructed by a number of trees. There's no question. It will be seen in the wintertime, and I probably will see the blinking light if there is one. But with that said, I think if we move it back up towards Oberg Field, I think there will be a lot more neighbors that see it and will be objecting to it. So with all due respect to Mr. Starr, I respectfully disagree with him on this one, and I will be supporting this cell tower. I don't think it'll probably make my neighbors happy, but unfortunately, in the growing community we're in, some areas have developed, and over the years, when this community was developed back in the 70s, there weren't cell phones, so we didn't have to put all these towers up. But I think for the assembly, we do have to start thinking about a more substantial policy when it comes to cell phones. I think in this case, what we're deciding is really, do we want a little bit taller of a tower and only have one, or do we want a little shorter tower and have two in different locations? And I think when I'm looking at these things, I'm looking for minimal impact, and I'm looking to make sure that, you know, we're addressing the community's concerns as best as we can and balance them with the needs of a growing community. Unfortunately, like I said, you know, for my neighbors and myself, if this passes, I'll be looking at it. But nonetheless, I think these in other people's areas, I think it's only fair to find the areas of least impact. And in my specific area, in my neighborhood, I do think this is going to be the least impact of where they might potentially put it.
Thank you, Mr. Nabosky. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The most sensible thing I heard was Mr. Flynn's proposal that we need to really address cell towers going forward with as far as how they're going to be hidden, you know, what height restrictions we're going to put. It is something we are behind the times in doing. I think that's a good proposal. I support that 100%. That being said, we haven't done that yet. I think, you know, it looks to me like GCI has gone through all the proper steps here. They've gone to the community council. They've applied for the conditional use. It seems like a reasonable proposal. It's never popular. I wouldn't want a cell tower in my backyard. I can understand that. The vote at that community council, I was surprised with it at 13-11. I got to give them credit. Obviously, a lot of them who are going to be affected by it still supported it. So I'm going to be in support of it. But I think most importantly, I want to follow up on Mr. Flynn's suggestion that we address this more comprehensively.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There's no one else in the queue, so let us vote on the main motion, please. Ms. Nabosky?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
That passed 9-1. Next item on the agenda is 14E, AO 2015, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of perpetual intragovernmental storm drain easement across Heritage Land Bank parcel I-085LL. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move
What
to
is the wish of
approve.
the body? Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Is there a second?
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, there's a second. I urge a yes vote.
Okay, no one's in the queue. Let's vote. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn? Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Thank you. Okay. That passed 10-0. Next item on the agenda is item 14F, AO 2015-71, an ordinance authorizing a perpetual, non-exclusive easement on Heritage Land Bank parcels 3027 and 3064. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
We need a second. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Vacalis, I know you know a lot about a lot of things here. I'm going to throw one at you. Is there any above-ground utility lines associated with this? Because they're talking about undergrounding, but are there direct feed lines that are going to come above ground here?
Thank you for the vote of confidence, but I'm going to ask AWW to answer that.
Well, at least you know who to ask, so that's, you still are, in my book, okay. But I'm interested in if there's any overhead impact lines that are going to come into play here to dive to the underground.
Robin Ward with Heritage Land Bank. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, what they are trying to do, this is the CEA substation that's on Dowling. These easements are to start undergrounding from there.
Okay, so in technical terms, then it's not a substation expansion that are going to bring high tower wires that they're not coming in from somewhere else. They're already here.
Correct.
I mean,
Yes.
we lived through Northern Lights. We saw that. I haven't, Chugiak Eagle River's got overhead lines. So you're assuring me that there'll be no new overhead lines associated with the granting of the easement.
That is what they tell us, and that's what we're approving is underground only.
Works for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Ms. Ward. There's no one else in the queue. Let's vote. Ms. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. That passes 10-0. The next item on the agenda is item 14G, AO 2015-73, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of real property, surface estate legally described as Tract 1 and T15N R1W SEC 6 Lot 4 Birchwood West Subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Well, obviously, this is a good thing to approve. We're expanding our training opportunities for our police department through, I believe, the new requirements of tactical training. We don't have a tactical facility in Anchorage that'll allow us to some of the more modern requirements of our police department in terms of SWAT, different types of weapons, different types of tactics that perhaps are for the greater protection of the population and the police officers themselves. So obviously I'm not one, Mr. Honeman's there, but I do know that I've worked this project for a very, very long time. I inherited it from the previous mayor, Begich, wanted to target, and I use that as a direct term, he was had a target on our park out there, Beach Lake Park, was going to be the new tactical range center for the acquisition, and that was my first week on the job. So we've since moved it over to a location. The stalling point was the arrangement and the agreement with Eklutna. They've since come around at fair market value to sell us the land. We have the money in the bank. I think the state legislator has been lobbied. It's been our #1 priority on our legislative priorities list now 2 years in a row. It's always been in the top 10. I'm happy to expand it. It will maybe take some pressure off the diamond shooting facility off of Diamond Boulevard, and it will also allow perhaps some of the training and opportunities in real real situation demonstrated out for our police force. So urge approval. I'm happy to get it done. Obviously, it will have perhaps a remedial effect of bringing additional police force coverage to our area. So thanks for the time at the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr pretty much summed everything up. I see the Chief has been waiting patiently. I'm not sure if you wanted to make any comments or remark references to Chief at all, but if not, I do know that the training center range at Diamond and Jewel Lake is not specifically for slug, using shotgun training for slug, and also high-impact rifles, particularly area for sniper training and such. So it's definitely a needed item and in our inventory, and I thank Mr. Starr for carrying the bucket, so to speak, for all these years. Urge support.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Flynn.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just don't need it tonight, but if at some point we can get an idea of other agencies that are interested in using this, and if you already have it, great, and how that can help us defray our operating cost.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, this project has been in the works for several years, as Assemblyman Starr mentioned, and in the early phases we got letters of support from all the other agencies in the region. As best I can recall, it would include the local departments in the Valley, a lot of the federal agencies here in town, of course the APD. We also have an arrangement with the contingent on some of the money that we would make youth training opportunities available to youth clubs and so forth. So yes, we have that kind of support, and we vision this as a sort of a regional training center, and we will share it with other law enforcement in the area. And thank you very much for your support on this. We've had a great relationship with the Eklutna. City manager has supported this. Mr. Starr has supported this. Several levels of chiefs and deputy chiefs over the last years have pushed this thing forward, and I hope we pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Chief New. Mr. Honeman.
Just brief follow-up. I do believe that some of the state funding, or a majority of the state funding, I don't believe we would have had the support had it not been an assurance that it's South Central training facility. So.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. No one else is in the queue. Please vote. Ms. Domboski.
Yes.
Mr. Trainee. Mr. Trainee. Yes. Thank you. That passes 10-0. Next item on the agenda is item 14.8, Resolution AR 2015-192, a resolution relating to the proposed issuance and sale of Civic Ventures of a series of refunding bonds for the purpose of refinancing the Civic Ventures Revenue Bond Series 2006, Anchorage Convention Visitor Center. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I apologize. I should have sent this question in earlier. Given that this refunding is going to free up some cash flow, has there been any discussion about accelerating the debt payment associated with the additional cash flow being made available with this refunding? Anybody? Bueller?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, one of my hats as municipal attorney is also to serve as president of Civic Ventures, a company that operates and owns the Denina. I don't believe we've discussed yet whether we would do anything differently with cash flow that I recall. We'll know better once we've gone through the refunding process, and the new board, whatever its composition, can take up that issue at that time.
Okay. If you could put that on your tickler list to leave behind, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Starr.
Well, I don't know what Mr. Flynn was going with it. You know, the AM that accompanies the requirement talks about sort of the savings requirements. We've been reasonably successful with these, and I think that's ideally the message there is to continue the encouragement that we look at cheaper sources of money, even though perhaps the terms get extended a little bit. You know, a bigger savings here. I think you're talking a 15.9 million savings over the life of the bonds. It's not small money. So I think that's smart fiscal practice.
No, I don't disagree, Mr.
Okay,
Starr.
I didn't know what your message was.
The point is we're actually not extending the term.
Great.
But the question is, how do we employ those dollars? Do they
Fair
go in the reserve account, or do they accelerate debt repayment and get us out a couple of years early.
Awesome, good question. Certainly, I think the idea that we have those debt service numbers that we see, the school district pays $84 million a year. Municipality's not far behind in their debt service bills, so reducing those is a good thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Guyard?
Mr. Griswold is in charge of this item and watching, and sent me an email to answer, I hope, your question. He says the annual savings remain with Civic Ventures and may eventually flow to the Convention Center Capital Reserve Fund. That is his response. Hopefully that's
I suspected that, just it wasn't the answer I wanted.
Very well.
Thank you, Ms. Guyard. Mr. Flynn, sorry it's not the answer you wanted, but we're going to move on. Okay, nobody else is in the queue. Let's vote. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Demboski?
Yes.
That passes 10-1. Next item on the agenda is item 14I, Resolution 2015-193, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $249,366 as a grant from the Alaska Department of Natural Resources, Division of Forestry, to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 to support ongoing wildfire mitigation, fire-wise education, and forest restoration programs. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Well, I don't really want to pontificate, but my area is served by this grant significantly. They're going brush clear up and along Eagle River. We've had controlled burns over the last couple years. There's a lot of bang for the buck on this appropriation. So I would also hope that our residents that are listening at this point, we don't need another fire, particularly not in Eagle River. Or in any of the upland service areas. So I know that there's a fireworks ban for this coming July 4th. We've had the debate whether fireworks are appropriate or not, but let's just not catch on fire this 4th of July. So I urge prudence in that, urge acceptance of this money and continued work. So Mr. Vikalis, if there's a way to send an email that we appreciate those Firewatch folks in there working hard to clear and brush and spend money wisely, I think it's been well spent. Thank you for your leadership.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, Mr. Starr actually stole my thunder, but the forester was here for the longest time, there he is. Is there anything you'd like to comment? You waited patiently to come through. No need to comment. I want to echo and emphasize July 4th coming up. I want to thank Mr. Starr for the reminder. At the last Public Safety Committee meeting, we talked with the fire chief, and made several suggestions on municipal cable channel, as well as trying to contact all forms of the media just to reemphasize that fireworks, the experiment we tried for a couple of years was only on New Year's Eve. It was never intended for the summer months, and there's such a danger right now that please comply with the law. The law says no fireworks, not even in possession. I hope that Big Lake and Houston area has still banned the sale at this point, but it may be too late. Several people already may have purchased. Please do not possess and or use fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Vikalis?
Yes, sir. In specific, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In specific comment to Mr. Honeman's. So what you'll be seeing very, very soon is a joint press conference with the fire chief and the police chief, and we've done that once before. And basically, from both points of view, one will cover the fire aspects, and the other will basically cover the consequences if caught. In addition to that, there'll be PSAs that we put out, and there's also will be press releases that will be going out to all the media. So hopefully with all of that, there'll be enough coverage so folks understand that fireworks are not allowed in Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Vikalis. There's no one else in the queue. I'm sorry, Mr. Starr.
I just had a note
sorry
to
about
that. Mr. Vikalis, is it practical to deputize the firemen to authorize them to issue citations when they're out patrolling? It's another service group, perhaps.
I doubt if that's possible. That's a legal question. Dennis?
Okay.
The answer is no, Mr. Starr.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. No one else is in the queue. Let's vote. Mr. Trainee? Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Ms. Demboski?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? That passes 10-0. Thank you. We're now on item 14J, AO 2015-39, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning Code, Chapter 2104, Zoning Districts, Chapter 2106, Dimensional Standards and Measurement, Chapter 2107, Development and Design Standards, and other code as necessary to implement changes to floor area ratio requirements. Mr. Honeman just corrected me with something that I just read. Mr. Honeman, was it 15 and not 39? Because I don't see it.
It was 2015-59, I believe I heard you say 39.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hello, Mr. Potter.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, for the record, my name is Tim Potter with Dow, and I'm currently serving as co-chair for the AEDC Live, Work, Play Housing Group. I did pass out a letter. That's something that you can read at your leisure. Please note the highlighted date on the front sheet, almost exactly a year ago. That does have some bearing on the discussion tonight. There is an identified housing crisis occurring in Anchorage at this time. Multiple housing studies and reports have confirmed this. The municipality has projected the need for approximately 900 dwelling units per year to meet the growing needs. However, we are only generating about 300 to 400 units per year. The Live, Work, Play Housing Group has been working diligently over the last 18 months, defining the problems through surveys, interviews, presentations, identifying possible solutions, and prioritizing next steps. The housing group was broken into two subgroups, regulatory and finance, since those are both very important components. And that represented a broad spectrum of the community, and many of the members are here tonight to speak and or just show their support. The proposed ordinance 2015-059 has been called a developer's Hail Mary pass. It's catchy, very catchy phrase, alarming soundbite in its nature, and which actually condemns the development community in the way that I take it. I caution the Assembly and any of the interested public in the audience or watching on TV that the party or parties using this line, however, have never attempted to design, finance, permit, or construct a multifamily or mixed-use development under the new code. Let's talk facts. 1, we are almost 15 years into a 20-year comprehensive plan. 2, no mandatory midterm 10-year review occurred at that 10-year midterm period. It was mandatory, I emphasize. 3, in the 13 and a half years since we started the new code, no land use plan map is in place. There was a concept land use plan map brought forward in 2006. That was 9 years ago. Time flies. 4, we spent 12 years writing the new code, but failed to perform adequate and appropriate testing of the regulations that we were putting into effect. 5, only 2 real multifamily projects have gone through the design construction plan review and gone through getting an actual permit and started construction. This is to my latest knowledge. One is a single structure with about 50 units, which is a senior housing project. The other one is a multiple structures on a single tract or a site condominium project over in Muldoon. Can I summarize? There are 2 other projects that are in process that I'm currently working on, one of 35 units, one of 200 plus units, of which one is about 35% design, the other is 5 to 10% design, and should not be used as fully tested at this point. In closing, the intent of 2015-059 is not to throw the proverbial baby out with the bathwater, but to intervene for a short time, get the community to admit that adequate and appropriate testing did not occur in the 12 years of code development of the new code. Give the finance and building sectors some simple rules with locational controls so they can move forward, and in the interim, testing can be done, a land use plan map can finally be done and approved, and appropriate design standards, remember I said this, appropriate design standards be put into place. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sir Potter, there seems to be a lot of discussion as it relates to building heights. Can you talk about the B4 and the B3 impacts? Just how much much impact would there be if we pass it as is with some of the zero height limitations?
In most cases, general commercial, except for maybe Diamond Center, is generally at a lower level of maybe 1 to 3 stories. However, I think we need to start looking out into the future where we have these locations. B3 in the past, in the old code, which is still currently in place, is actually the only zoning district that we have in our code that had a minimum design standard and requirement for how many dwelling units you had to build in it if you built residential. It's actually one of the best tools we still have in our toolbox for promoting mixed-use development, especially at the neighborhood level and in the city center areas. So with that, I'm really looking towards the future. The height and FAR are pretty much, but especially height is controlled really by the marketplace and the costs. So as we go into the future, we're going to be ratcheting up in building height and building scale closer to those employment centers and where we have parks and other things, and that's going to happen. And my concern is that since we don't have a land use plan map, which is causing a big part of the problem, that land use plan map would actually identify those areas where the taller buildings should go and where they're appropriate, and the larger scale buildings should go, and where the redevelopment areas are, and protect the other areas and prevent that from happening. But we don't have that darn map yet. We're still using a comp plan kind of policy land use map from 15 years ago.
Yeah, my specific question was just your experience was...
I do not see it as an immediate risk as the public is suggesting. And on an interim basis, if we wanted to leave it at, a reasonable height of 70 or 90 feet, something like that, I don't think that's a big issue as well. But everybody should note, this town is going to continue to change over time, and we need to have rules and controls in the books. If we're not going to update things for 20 or 30 years at a shot, we need to have those things going out far enough that we don't preclude ourselves from future development.
In the R4, same question, sort of that is it's fairly limited in terms of the amount of exposure you would have that would potentially even be able to go to the sky. Is that what your observation would be?
The reality is that it really is site size dependent, and really within this ordinance there are some suggestive controls that I believe are enforceable, that reflect what the policy map and the comp plan says about where the taller buildings can be or should be. And it's fairly clear, and I think very, very clear in its intent.
The other question I have is specific, as we all seen it, perhaps J.J. Brooks's development there on Northern Lights that had a fairly high mixed-use building in behind the business, the restaurant there, the Rusted Goat. He put in some larger facilities over there. I wanted to address sort of the concerns that the neighbors have that I'll be in the dark always, or that'll block certainly it would block their view. They look at a taller building, but they would have looked at a building anyhow. Are they in the shade? Does that present a viable risk to that? The J.J. Brooks development doesn't put those houses behind his in the dark. Can it be done? Can you position these buildings so that you're not just putting somebody in the dark?
What's interesting is that if you're talking about the Rusted Goat, the residential buildings are actually on the south side of the property. So they actually get more sun, except they may have some shading from the adjacent residential off the alley. But they are on the south side of the lot, not the north side of the lot.
Well, I just sort of said it for a reason, because that's how you do it, as you're site specific. So thanks for being here representing that live, work, play. That's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Are these, Mr. Ernie? I'm sorry, Mr. Hall, do you have questions for Mr. Potter? Thank you.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Potter, I've been on this body 5.5 years, and at that 5.5 years, I've been in constant contact with you, both working on the Title 21 committee rewrite, as well as I've spent about 18 months with the Live, Work, Play housing group, listening to all of the information put together. I've got a couple of questions for you. Number one, how many years have you been doing this, Mr. Potter?
In Anchorage, 34 years.
In Anchorage, in dealing with Title 21?
34 years.
34 years.
The day I arrived off the Alcan, I was doing it here in town. Before that, I was a planning director in Gig Harbor, Washington, and before that, I worked for a land developer in Western Washington, developing a wide variety of projects.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know that all the way through this process, you've been what I would call a real trooper. You've been somebody that's always helped kind of take everything toward the middle. You've been the one constant voice that I've heard that said, I think we can make this work. And I know when we adopted the new Title 21 about 18 and a half months ago, if memory's right, it may have been a little bit longer, there were a couple of key elements that we needed to follow with quickly, and that was the land use map, which would address this height transition, where tall buildings are going to be located, and the user's guide. And I know we're yet to get there, and I know you've been aware of that. But I was totally taken aback about a month and a half ago when I was sitting in a meeting and I finally heard Tim Potter sit there and say, you know, I can't make this work, and you use the terminology, we need to set aside the building standards. Would you tell me what you meant by that and what that impact is on Title 21 and the way we build buildings?
The building standards for multifamily development in residential, you know, the development community participated off and on through the entire 12-year process. And probably the most constant comment and request that we had was for testing to be done of design standards and requirements in the real world, real time, on real sites, so that we could actually understand what the impacts might be. That testing never really came forward. There was some testing that was done by the private sector. Mayor Begich put in a little bit of money, and the private sector matched that, and several projects in industrial, commercial, and multifamily residential were looked at. Not necessarily from a design standard standpoint to see if they'd work, but looking at parking and those kinds of things. And as we said to the presentation at the assembly, it's like it's that final straw that broke the camel's back, and you saw my back break, because taking multiple projects now through the process, trying to take advantage of the benefits of the parking reduction that we prove through the process that multifamily in this town requires too much parking based on what's really being utilized. So that's why people are trying to use the new code, because it's much more effective from a parking standpoint, which has a cost and a land base associated with it. But when you go through the code and find out that you can't do this, and it dominoes through the entire project. We've gone back on multiple projects several times to the staff and asked for clarity, definition. In some cases, we asked why the floor area ratio was established at 1 to start with being able to get bonuses up to 2. And the answer was, well, not really sure, but most of the development in town has only been up to, you know, a floor area ratio of 1. So that was a good starting point. The reality was, in the project that we were looking at that time, there weren't adequate bonus points to get up to the FAR of 2. And I don't believe the staff or anybody else in town, I certainly didn't realize it until we took a real project on a real piece of property through a design evaluation to about 35% design to figure out what really happened. Eklutna 2, which is a senior housing project that Cook Inlet Housing did, similar things. We found building orientations, relationships to the adjacent rights-of-way, all kinds of issues that until you really take a project through, you can't possibly realize it. So in large part, as we presented at the assembly, there's all these little requirements. And when you get into the situation where those are stacked on top of each other, they break the camel's back. And that was my frustration, because probably I, louder than anybody, requested testing and appropriate testing through that 12-year period. You know, we need to have good development. You know, Lee Baker can stay in jail for as long as possible, as far as I'm concerned. I'm tired of dealing with parties like him creating a consensus in the community that we put code restrictions in that cover the lowest common denominator and hurt the good developers. And right now, I'm just telling you that after going through 2 projects that are now under construction and 2 projects that are partially designed, we can't do what the community believes it was going to be doing. And I challenge anybody who wants to stand up here and say tonight that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Try it. You take a project. I'll even give you the project. It's a real project on a real site. And let's see if you can go through the code and figure out how to make it actually work, let alone be financed and pencil out.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Potter, I'm a bit of a skeptic. I agree with you. The implementation tool for the 2020 plan is already 15 years past due, and let alone the land use maps and zoning. But I'm concerned in my neck of the woods in Spenard. You've got a lot of older houses, and there's a little bit of redevelopment going on now. What keeps me awake at night is that that neighbor who has a couple of lots next to him, and they want to do a development, and he's got a 20-foot setback from the front, 5-foot setback on the side. These folks come in and they put a 5-foot setback and go 90 feet up. Could that happen?
Depends on the size of the lot and the zoning. You know, that's the reality.
That's shadowing, if nothing else. And it certainly overwhelms the existing residents.
I can show you examples all around town where the existing buildings are shadowing like crazy. And yet there's an empty lot on the other side, and nobody wants anything built there because it might shadow. They never consider the shadow effect of their own structure on the adjacent property. Now, if we had a land use plan map in those areas that the comprehensive plan, which everybody bought into, said there should be redevelopment and infill in certain parts of town close to the employment centers and that. If we had a land use plan map that said it's okay, go ahead and redevelop, and what we're going to do is rather than shove all the buildings to the south end of each lot so that you don't shade the party to the north, why don't we do something smarter and say, why don't we shove the buildings to mid-lot or to the back of the lot, provide a microclimate on the south side of the new building that can be enjoyed there, and let the dominoes fall the other way so everybody gets their sun on the south side of the building. Now, that would be intelligent planning. I would suggest that if that's where we want to go into the future, which is what planning is all about, those are the kind of things that we need to take into account. We have this mix right now that you've got one side interpreting strategies in the comp plan of saying protect existing neighborhoods, and then others trying to do infill or redevelopment, and they're pitting themselves against each other, even in areas that the comp plan identifies as an area that should be redeveloped for higher density. So we have mixed messages all across the board, and we don't have a land use plan map, which is integral to the new code to make everything work. So we're missing a key piece, and it's gotten to the point now where we have projects that if they aren't under hard design right now, they will miss the construction season of 2016. Now, part of what we're attempting to do with the suspension of the design standards is simply allow projects that are in the line to go for construction next year or the following year to let people know that they can go ahead and it's safe to invest their money here rather than Minnesota or Kansas City or somewhere else, which is what's happening. And over that 18-month time period, hopefully faster, we can give the planning department an adequate budget for a change and get the work done that needs to get done. That's all we're asking for. You can see from my letter, almost every point that I've made tonight is verbatim out of the letter from a year ago. You know, the staff talks about the meeting that they held with the developers and the designers last August. You know what? Last August was 10 months ago. Anything that was in the hopper between then and now isn't going to happen because of that 10-month delay. If you delay 10 months, you've killed a project for at least one construction season, possibly two, depending on how complex the project is.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Evans has a question. Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thanks, Mr. Potter. You worked with us on the Title 21 committee, providing input, at least during my limited tenure on there. Is correct?
Yes.
And we worked on a number of the issues that you brought forward and that the development community brought forward with respect to the floor area ratios and other items that were of concern that were hampering development, correct?
Yes.
And we came up with, using the planning department personnel, going back and forth over a several-month period, we came up with some modifications to Title 21, proposed modifications that were put together in an ordinance and sent to planning and zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that included modifications to the floor area ratio requirements that increased the buy right amount and also clarified some of the ways to get added incentive to make it a little easier to get the correct floor area ratio, correct?
That's all true.
And you were in favor of those changes, correct?
Working through the process with the staff based on specific projects that we found glitches in, yes.
And the proposal before us tonight, 059, goes well beyond what we agreed to in the Title 21 committee with respect to floor area ratios, and actually just takes it back to the old code. Is that correct?
It does revert the floor area ratios back to the old code.
And the design standard suspension that is proposed in 059 goes beyond multifamily dwellings and actually includes duplexes and single-family dwellings on 20,000 square foot.
Yes, it does.
Is there a problem with, other than the multifamily units that we talked about, is there a reason we're suspending the design standards for those other types of dwellings as well?
I have not looked at that in significant detail, but I believe that there are some parties that can speak more directly to the single-family and duplex designs.
I have no other questions.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I did want to point out that we have an item on our an information memorandum that specifically says the Community Development Department's opposition in opposition to AO 2015-59.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Would anyone else like to be heard? Welcome. Please say your name and spell your last name. Thank you.
Before I go on the timer, I'm really sick. My hearing's really, really bad. My ears are plugged, etc. So if everybody would speak up, please, etc. And I will basically go over a few things. My name is, so timer away. My name is Albert Swank. I'm third generation Alaskan. I'm a professional engineer. I own my own firm. Been in practice for 40 years. Tim and I know each other very well. I agree with practically everything that Mr. Potter has stated, except I am very much more adamant about the changes that are needed. I own property on the Park Strip, multi. My family's been there 2 years. Again, we came at the turn of the century. I started developing in the 80s in this city. I quit in 90. Why? Because of what you're talking about. I started developing in other locations, lower 48, Washington State, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, Washington, etc. Why? Because they were aggressive. Because they went positive. They went mixed use. They went higher densities. I'll cut to the chase. I'm going to get very simple on this. You cannot economically develop without, it's very simple, population per square whatever, square mile, square acre, etc. If you don't have it, it doesn't work. You can get that several different ways. You can get it by allowing your zoning to do that, and typically in the residential areas from the RM, the R zones, as well as the Bs, etc. And you have your height. Height is critical, totally critical. Things would have totally changed in condo development in this town with height changes. We have what's called mixed use. If you look at any major city that has a positive development, an example, a prime example, is Vancouver. From your residential, as your city transforms out and you butt up to your residential, you have a transitional zone. And I'll go right to it because it's my special interest, is of the downtown core. This downtown plan has never been finished. It's worthless. But yet it states what you want. It states you want to increase by 10-fold. Never happened. We could have condo high-rise developments downtown along the Park Strip, 10th Avenue to 11th Avenue. And you could only have half the block. I've talked to the planning department, on and on. But it's not allowed. We've had one condo development on the corner of 10th and E Street that went bankrupt. Anyway, I can go on and on. The bottom line is changes are needed to the code in reference to density, and if that scares you too much, and you're politicians, you're very scared of the public outcry, let's put it around the table. If that scares you too much, another choice is select areas. In other words, you don't have to put this, change the density for an entire R2, an entire R3, anything. You can select areas of R2, and different cities do it. We call it specialized areas, that we will encourage that development in that high-dense areas, and on and on. And the economy is not going to improve. You want tax base? You want to keep this city employed? You want your jobs? You want to support it? Then open your eyeballs. It's as simple as I can say it. Or stop and let the town dive further.
Thank you. There's some questions. Mr. Honeman has a question.
Yes.
I'm intrigued by a couple of things. Number one, in real recent conversations I've had with a pretty deep pocket developer in my area of town, they're very interested in using the new Title 21 for some of the reasons Mr. Potter mentioned. Parking space is not required as many and that sort of thing, and looking at the credits. I'll give you the fact that we don't have a design criteria manual or a, if you will, a criteria baseline with the land use map that we probably should have by now. However, I keep hearing different things. One is tax, permit fees, cost of building materials and cost of building in Alaska in general. You know, you mentioned going to other places to invest and to purchase. And I guess the simple question is that when you say penciling out, we're about 93% built in Anchorage. And so a lot of our projects are going to have to come on redevelopment rather than just development on new land. So I'm very interested in fact, the comprehensive plan and all the plans that I've been reading through the 2020 have singled out areas that they were looking for mixed use. And I keep hearing pushback from architects and designers and saying, but it doesn't make sense or it doesn't pencil out. I'm curious as to how can anything have been built in Anchorage, Alaska, or anywhere for that matter, if it doesn't pencil out? I mean, we just approved, provided they fulfill all their obligations, the 4th Avenue Theater project going up multiple stories. And unfortunately, part of it may be a hotel, and part of it may be condos, as you're talking about. It will be mixed use. So I don't think this body in general is opposed to that, but we keep hearing different messages. I think it's, mixed use doesn't pencil out, multiple unit residential doesn't pencil out, and yet people are wanting to build. I guess I'm getting confusing messages.
I did over 200 condo high-rise developments in Vancouver, 10 to 22 stories in height. We did that in 3 years because we were allowed the density. Other areas, more prime, closer to residential areas, 4, 5-story limits, 6-story limits, etc. 35 foot is our height limit. In You can take the entire south addition of Anchorage. You can go back to 1930. What was the population density allowed in that zoning, and what is it today? The same. No change. Doesn't work.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, sir. I couldn't agree more with your general statement that Anchorage is an incredibly frustrating place for anybody to try to develop anything. And if I was in your shoes or their shoes, I would have quit as well. I couldn't help but noticing that you kind of gave up on doing this in 1990 under the old code. Apparently that was even too restrictive and not sufficient enough. Are there specific things in this ordinance before us, this 059, I don't know how detailed you've looked at it, that you believe address the concerns that you raised about the density issue?
Yes, there are. In other words, height is a problem. Height is, for any condo development, basically, as an example, again, I'll go to the South Addition. There are people that want to redevelop in the core to put the working people within dwelling units and increase those dwelling units. You can't do it in a 35 height, period, end of story. I could purchase one entire block of downtown core in the South Addition. I still couldn't do it because of a 35-foot height restriction. Doesn't fly. Now, percentage coverage. Typically, we're limited to it's usually 40% coverage in the R zones. Doesn't work again. You need, but where I'm going at, now this scares a lot of people. They say, well, if we go all the way up to a 60% or something like that, for all, let's say the R2M, the R3, et cetera, that's too scary for a lot of people. So you can do select areas of R2, R3 at a higher coverage. Again, to try to achieve where we're going, where the town does need population densities that may be acceptable, and rather than across the board. So, setbacks, some setbacks are a problem. Lot coverage is a major issue. Population density is a major issue. Height is a major issue. But height doesn't get me anything if I'm not allowed to have the population density. It's so basic, it's simple. I only do very limited commercial here and very specialized projects. I am totally familiar. The building, everybody knows me in the building department, on and on, for et cetera. We have problems in that area as well and on, but primarily it just comes down, do you want this town to grow? Do you want a tax base? Do you want to encourage development? Look at what is the economic driver in any medium-sized to large-sized community? It is private enterprise. That amazes people. You look at the entire United States, what's the gross national revenue? Where is it achieved from? Is it achieved from the government? Is it achieved from states, cities? No, it's development, private ownership, small and medium business. We're losing our economic base here. We are not going to go positive. We are going negative. So you should be doing everything humanly possible to encourage development in this city, improving the economy in this city. If you want to keep the city personnel at the same level, as long as you don't want the city to shrink with a lost budget and a tax base, again, open your eyes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Yep. Any other questions?
Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Swank.
Yes.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Good.
Well, you got to pay for that port, too. We haven't brought that up. I didn't bring that up.
Come on.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go
One
ahead.
problem at a time. Specific to South Addition, where we both live, what height would you deem acceptable for the area south of the Park Strip?
I can tell you right now that I have analyzed it dramatically. And before I answer your question, I'm going to also comment and say I have had talks with the planning and zoning, and they seem acceptable. We've tried to find something that would be positive with the government, positive that may work as well. Well, again, South Addition is a very hotbed politically.
No, really?
As we will. Now, so it could be nothing more than literally what I'm headed towards, no more than 1 block. In other words, right down the south side, 10th Avenue to 11th Avenue. And what we talked about is that even economically, it would work if it was only half of the block. In other words, from 10th Avenue to the alley and not the back in select areas as you go down. Shading was commented about, sun shading, etc. The city is laid out on a north, south, east, west, so you could actually have higher, even the whole block, without causing shading to the additional people on and on. Anyway, what would work? What would work is basically we need 2 more stories. Economically, we need at least 2 more stories. So we got to go from 35 to about 60.
60? All right.
Yeah. But that still won't get it. I could buy a block, and it still won't get it without a slight density increase. And that density of that population base has to be about literally a 30% increase. You have to allow it.
Go to R4?
I'm sorry?
Go to R4?
No. I'm saying that's not R4. We don't have any. Everything right now is R2.
I know.
That whole area, yes.
That's why I said.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I misunderstood you on that. Yes, it has to go up.
Okay.
But it could be left in an R2, politically hotbed for the rest of the area, and just a density increase allowed for that particular area. I'm also going to say one more thing, and that is in reference to anything like this, and I've had extensive talks with the planning and zoning, et cetera, and they're talking about they are going to work on the map. They are working on it. There's already a time period set in July, I think, to produce a draft to you folks and on and on. Anyway, I said, that's fine, but we need a public involvement, and we need more than a public involvement in this arena. And we need a greater involvement than community councils. Community councils.
I got it. Go ahead.
Sir, I really appreciate your comments, but there are other people that need to be heard, and this certainly isn't a work session, so thank you very much for your
Albert, it's a pleasure
testimony.
to see you again, and you've been spending enough time with me. You know I'm not scared of anything, right?
Okay.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name and go
Madam
your last.
Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tony Hoffman. I'm here tonight as a land planner. I work for the Boutte Company, and I represent AMG Development in Mr. Honeman's district. I'm here tonight to talk specifically about 2 developments that are under process that are 100% designed. We have one's off of 4th Avenue, over off Muldoon's, 2.5 acre site, 32 units. The other one is what everybody knows as Riviera Terraces, the trailer park. Its first phase is about 70 units. Now, these are mid-sized developments that we're talking about. They're not the big up developments. These are R2M, R3. Now, when we started the development process, I sat here last year when we rezoned Riviera Terrace, and I told this body that my advice to the client was to process these developments under 2190, the existing code. We couldn't do it because of the parking. And the parking aspect of the new code is great. And all the zoning district aspects, the landscaping aspects, everything that we've been trying to utilize in the new code are fine, and process a site plan under either the UDC site plan or the administrative site plan process. We're fine. However, you get into the building articulation, the building standards under the multifamily building standards that are addressed in 2015-59 need to be looked at again now that we do have, as Mr. Potter said, some real world projects. At the time we started this project, we hadn't gone that far into it because we didn't believe we were going to have to process it under new code. We do. To get the parking, we do. So we're down the rabbit hole now, and we talk about costs. The reality is the building standards don't work for cost. What's happened in the last 5 years, the building costs have skyrocketed. The development costs are skyrocketed. I mean, we can sit here and debate it all you want, but the reality is it doesn't pencil for a mid-sized development of 32 units, 4 eightplexes. That's what we're talking about, 2.5 acres. So we're kind of stuck in this site plan, trying to make the buildings work with the new building design. They don't work. We can't pencil it. So we're here tonight in support of 2015-59. Mr. Potter said a lot better. He had a lot more eloquence than I do. I don't have all the background in the Title 21 committees, and however, right now I'm thrown into the fire trying to make this work, and I can tell you it's not going to work with the new site plan. So if we can't get this set aside and try to work the Riviera Terrace under the new code and a long-range picture, both projects will probably stop for the time being, for the indefinite time being. And I'll tell you what this new code does work better for is developing projects as a condominium, because then the developer can walk away from it. He can sell a unit and walk away from it, and it won't be a market rate apartment. But
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans has a question.
Sure.
I appreciate, sir, you don't have the background that Mr. Potter does on this issue. Are you familiar at all with the version that the Title 21 committee came up with that addressed articulation standards and
Yes.
those other issues? Was that?
I'll tell you, I've seen 3 different standards of different things. Mr. Weaver has one that came out tonight. This came out, and then the one that you're talking about that planning and zoning hasn't been able to get to yet. So we're in this thing where we don't know which direction to go. So undoubtedly, if this resolution doesn't pass tonight, these projects won't happen this year, and we're going to pencil it and go back to the drawing board and go back to zero and try to make it either work under old code or redesign the buildings with the storage units, which they're talking about dropping, but we still have to have a plan for it. And right now, we're just talking about resolutions. We're just talking about amendments that haven't passed.
And I just, so I'm clear, if you answered the question, were you able to look at
Yes.
and do the changes in that address the problems?
The one that Mr. Weaver has that I saw tonight, which I believe is the same one you're talking about, that does drop the storage units. It does address some of the building articulation issues we have, but not all of them. But honestly, I'm not the architect, so I'm not going to speak to them. But if we have to go that route, then we will step back. If that gets passed in July, and then gets approved, I guess, in August, after it's heard, then we would step back and redesign with that contingency. However, there's also, I guess in there's a limit of, they put the limit at 40 for the administrative site plan approval, which is good for one site. So that it does help.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Honeman.
I think Mr. Evans' question was spot on. You answered that you're not the architect side of it. You're only
The land planner.
I appreciate your comments, and I thank you for getting a chance to look and giving us a nickel version of the plan,
Yeah.
Mr. Weaver. And I know that I've had some conversations, and
Yeah.
hopefully they've been conversations with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Jed Whitaker, and the timing of this hearing on this ordinance is suspect. I remember Mayor Begich when, just before he was going out of office, he ran through union contracts, particularly the police union contract, before the contract actually expired. And I questioned the timing of this hearing. I don't mean any disrespect to Mayor Sullivan, but I think it's like a last hurrah. I question, why does this need to be acted on now? I think it would be wiser to wait for the new mayor and the new administration to take a closer look at this. We're halfway through this particular construction season, and the urgency of which I have just heard in testimony suggests that this is an attempt to slam dunk policy with regard to Title 21, which had all this public input. And I would suggest that some of the problems of housing in Anchorage have more to do with macroeconomics. Capital seeks the greatest return with the least risk. There is a reason, and it's not just zoning or building standards or the particulars of parking spaces that housing has not been built in Anchorage. Because you're talking about multifamily here, but if you look at these single family, they're not keeping up with the demand for single family housing in this community. Why? Because with the economic downturn, mortgages were underwater. The government had to bail out Fannie Mac and Freddie Mae. They tightened up the lending standards, made it much more difficult to get a mortgage. So I would hope that this body would take the time to do the job right, do it well, and delay action on this until the new administration comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Starr has a question.
Mr. Whitaker, you're always on target with a lot of your comments. However, I'll ask you to take this and go look at your new development in Mountain View, the one down the street from the, and look at what additional height would have allowed there. It would solve your housing problems by another floor, another story on top of that. We could handle that. There wouldn't be any view shed problems up there. So it's a challenge for you to come back and engage us some more with additional solutions. Is take it there and look at what 2 more stories on that development would do.
What I've heard the developers talk about is upscale condos. You know, sure, you're going to stack up higher. But if you look at the public housing that was ever done in, say, Chicago, those places turned into ghettos. So if you're talking about stacking a bunch of low-income people on, you know, so who are we really talking about here? Are we really trying to provide more affordable low-income housing?
I think we are, actually, in walkable communities. It's not to debate you, Mr. Whitaker, but you're good at articulating, you're good at emailing us and engaging in the conversation. So keep it up. Just help us with real practical, you know, especially in your vested community up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, sir. Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Hi, my name is Monica Sullivan, and I'm here to testify as a designer and also as the current chair of the Urban Design Commission. I have experienced the 2 multi-family residential projects that went through our design standards of the new Title 21. The first time, it was as a designer. Our goals as professional architects are very similar to the goals of the design standards purpose. We are trained to create visual interest and architectural variety. We are always trying to improve quality of life through design. I support the purpose of the design standards, but would I support the prescriptive part of the code? Do prescriptive design guidelines work, or do they hamper good design? We did not need to adapt our project to comply with the design standards purposes. We were in compliance. The result of adapting them to the prescriptive part hurt the design and also increased the cost of the project. Second time, I experienced the design standards as a reviewer of through the Urban Design Commission. The presenters follow the code. I started wondering if all the buildings are going to look the same. Is the cost of the buildings is really increasing? The design standards are not shaped for different scales of buildings. Each project is different, and it requires different approaches. We can't measure good design with linear feet or total areas. Our design standards are confusing values with forms and measurements. We need to make them flexible while still promoting desired aesthetics. We need to shape our city and provide opportunity because we have the talent and the need. We need to set design standards that can be bypassed by good design. I have here documented some pictures of some buildings in other cities that promote good design. They don't have changes in articulation depths that increase cost of buildings. I believe that we can create good design without having prescriptive code. So I'm going to pass these. I think this talks to what I'm trying to say here.
Thank you. You can just hand it to the clerk. Thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Don Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I'm not here tonight as a developer or a builder. What I'm here for is, there was an individual up here earlier that I've disagreed with through the years at times and agreed with. And I just want to share something with the Assembly. This individual he's been a big part of developing this city of ours. He's probably got more knowledge than anyone, or I'd say any 5 or more people, as far as the development of this city. And that includes anybody working in our municipality. The man's integrity is just untouchable. And I've went through years arguing, bumping heads with him and stuff, but as time went by, I learned that a lot of that was, this man is very, very good at what he does. He doesn't go out and take on projects for the money. If there's problems with it, with the owners, that's where he works it out before he even goes anywhere with it, way before he comes up here. He honestly, I feel, has the best interest for the people and the city of Anchorage. So any knowledge that this man ever walks up here to give, I suggest you take it. It's something that someday we're not going to have him. I never thought I'd be talking about him this way, but I admire him. He's not going to do anything to this city that's not for the better. He doesn't come up here 1 week on one project and talk the way he needs to talk to get it, rezoned or whatever. This man's consistent because he believes in what he does. We've had some bad years here in the past about some developers that, it was all about the money. Well, it's right now, this issue you people are talking about, this is the man to go to. We're right on the tail end of, now we got to work in the sky. We're out of dirt. And I suggest that you let this man take us there. So all I can say is the reason I came up here tonight was take advantage of his knowledge because it's not misplaced. This man is sincere about himself, and as far as, like I said, his integrity is untouchable in this town or anywhere. I've been all over the world working on projects. I've never met anyone that has the knowledge that this individual has. So that's all I came up to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Good to see you, Mr. Smith. We like Mr. Potter, too, and you made him blush. So.
Might be my tan. I've been traveling a lot.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tyler Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N. I work for Cook Inlet Housing Authority. I sit on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I participate in Live, Work, Play housing, and I used to work for staff. I've been involved with Title 21 for a number of years. The last few years, however, I've been involved in putting multifamily projects together. Part of what interested me about working with Live, Work, Play is it's not just about our projects, it's about a full suite of projects. I think as we talk about implementing Anchorage 2020, we talk about not just affordable housing, but also the full range of housing, the high end, the low end, the middle end, the high density, the low density, all of it, and we can have it all in Anchorage. The question has come up several times tonight, well, why is it so hard to put a project together? And staff's point number one on the memorandum is, well, since there hasn't been much production under the old Title 21, then we can't blame it on the new design standards. So I ask you this, if we know we have a production problem, if we know we have a problem with land suitability, cost of land, cost of labor, infrastructure improvements, market conditions, Why do we think it's okay to add additional standards and additional costs and additional challenges to those types of projects? I think it's on that note that I think we all just need to take a step back and say, you know what, we put our best step forward over the past few years. We have a 2020 plan that has a bunch of pretty pictures in it, but the measure of the success of 2020 is the projects that get built, the roads that get repaved, the new cities, the new urban areas that get built, and the existing neighborhoods and the rural areas that get preserved. I think we have now run a few projects through the process, and there are problems. And those problems that were identified had 12 months. It took 12 months to bring some changes through to try to let those projects go through. That is not acceptable. If we want to get serious about production, let's figure out a process where if we identify problems, let's figure out how to work together and fix them, because I think the thing that's most interesting to me is the people that will speak for this ordinance and against it are on exactly the same page. And so I think it's time that we take some developers, listen to them, listen to the community. I totally agree with identifying areas that might be the areas that we really have to focus in, but we can't sit here and do nothing. To Mr. Steele, I think, you know, on, the little setback on an R3, that's really to facilitate little triplexes and fourplexes. That's part of the effort, too. It's not to plunk up a high-rise in the middle of a neighborhood. It's actually to facilitate the type of development that more people can do, not the Cook Inlet Housings of the world, not the Wideners, but maybe someone that's got, guess what, $800,000 to $1 million to invest in a fourplex in this town, because that's what it costs. But if it's a place that I continue to want to live in, we got to find ways to work together to make changes that create the type of urban communities that we want, and let's work together on it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hello. I'm Nancy Pease, here to speak for Rabbit Creek Community Council. Based on our discussion at our June 9th meeting, Rabbit Creek Community Council opposes 059. This ordinance proposes radical, poorly analyzed changes to the Title 21 design standards with no demonstrable stimulus to affordable housing. This has been introduced without evidence that stripping away the new design standards will jumpstart construction of affordable housing. In fact, we see that the term affordable housing has dropped from the discussion, and therefore you're apparently being asked to cut standards for profitable market rate housing. This ordinance may yield limited private payoff, but not deliver the most needed public benefit of a surge in affordable housing. In addition, we don't see that there's been any cost-benefit justification, and especially who gains and who loses. And make no mistake, the sacrifice of design standards will clearly cost future tenants some of their amenities, as well as surrounding neighborhoods through lower property values and congestion and probably public costs to upgrade infrastructure. This ordinance has been marked by a lack of public outreach. In fact, there was no assembly memorandum available to explain this ordinance to the public until the one we received tonight at the front door. And according to that staff analysis, parts of 059 seem to have sprung jack-in-the-box style out of nowhere, not based on thwarted housing projects in the B3, R4, R4A, or RO, according to the Munis veteran planning staff. Mr. Potter says he's tested 2 projects, but remember, he's tested those for his clients, not for the unfunded effects to the public or the backlash to moving toward higher density. And there hasn't been any testing of the effects on suspension of standards on duplex and single-family homes. Our council supports infill, and clearly, denser city centers are the template of the future. But density, especially this next wave of multifamily projects, needs to be livable and compatible with existing neighborhoods. Otherwise, this hoped-for boom is going to be a big backfire. And our council's concerned that 059 is a loose cannon approach. In addition to collateral damage, this approach doesn't demonstrate that it will lead to a boom in affordable housing, and it certainly won't help concentrate housing in the city centers, which is what our Comp 2020 plan calls for. In fact, it will allow high density to pop up all over certain zones outside intended town centers and transit corridors, and therefore it may very well be incompatible with Comp 2020. And this will allow towers to pop up in all kinds of zones all across the map. So in conclusion, throwing out design standards is not necessarily to allow market rate family housing, and will have sure losers and very spotty payoff. We ask that the Assembly vote it down or postpone it indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
It's not unusual for me to come up right behind Nancy Pease, dang it. Yeah, running races. My name's John Weddleton. It's Weddleton, and I'm here to urge a no vote on 2015-059. And I'm surprised it's even considered with 049 pending out there. That's a lot more what kind of the process that Mr. Robinson had said we should follow, one that was very cooperative. My experience with Title 21 started as a community council president, Mid-Hillside Community Council in the 2000s. For a couple years after that, I was chair of the Anchorage Citizens Coalition, and we were going out around the community kind of encouraging people to get involved with the writing of the new Title 21 code. After that, I spent about 3 years on the Planning and Zoning Commission, where our main work was the new Title 21, in particular design standards. I still have stacks of paperwork from there where the various things standards we came up with were tested on real-world projects. My experience, in particular, as chair of Anchorage Citizens Coalition, is I did a tour of community councils a couple times. And what I heard there is people were frustrated with the previous development they were getting, particularly in Government Hill, Northeast Anchorage, and Fairview. And the attitude there was, we got the junk. People want these design standards. When we, on the time of the Planning Commission, when we were considering the variety of design standards, there were a huge amount out there. We chose just a few, and most of what we did, we made them optional design standards. So you want to get the, same-looking buildings that were mentioned earlier. You had a lot of options on what you could do. We whittled them down to very few. When I left the Planning Commission, they were whittled down even further, and now 059 chucks them all out the window. So what? What if we don't have design standards? We should remember that this opens the door to every developer and would-be developer. It's not just the reputable developers who have spearheaded this effort. This will not just remove design standards for huge multifamily projects, but for any development, any condo development. And there are clever developers out there with a good eye for making a buck. We didn't see the site condo debacle coming, but someone was very clever and saw a loophole and left us with a legacy of poor subdivisions. So what's the worst that can happen? Well, not too far from Anchorage, there's a building that was built to provide desperately needed affordable housing. It was designed by an architect. It was built under the auspices of a huge national organization. And now the old barracks called the Begich Towers in Whittier define that city as it has for 70 years. Instead of the beauty of Prince William Sound, we see this big concrete monolith. As Anchorage moves from building out to building up, we have to be careful. The stakes are high, and we should be careful how we proceed. Some projects, as we heard, may be stifled, but some projects should be stifled. Not every infill and redevelopment project promising affordable housing belongs anywhere it can be squeezed. So I urge no on this drastic change to the work that we've spent over 10 years doing.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you have anything additional that you'd like to add, John?
No, that was pretty good, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, John. Welcome.
I'm Diane Holmes. My long association with the Comp Plan and 3 Title 21 reviews began in 1998. This AO proposes to save us from the multi-family housing shortage. But really, it's a maneuver for wholesale changes to Title 21 without a real public process. It even includes sections that would suspend single-family housing standards, though they have never been an issue. Ask that question again, Mr. Evans. Why? You've been lobbied with some misleading information and veiled threats about housing. The committee meetings have been lopsided without equal time for planning staff input or the public's. Have you asked why little multifamily housing was built under the old code when there weren't design standards? Or under the new code with less parking requirements? There still hasn't been much construction. The industry states that the high cost of building here is the cost of land, labor, and materials. So how can this AO make up for those key costs? While some amendments to the new code were expected and should occur, this AO proposes major changes and without consideration of the companion ordinance mentioned earlier that P&Z has yet to vote on. They should be heard together. Delay until you can hear both of them. The Live, Work, Play group has been meeting for months, and I've heard them say in one meeting that their goal is to make Anchorage the most livable city within a few years. This group, while vocal, does not constitute a real public process for Title 21. And please tell me, how can we become the most livable city by deleting design standards? This AO proposes to suspend the new code for 18 months without guarantees that it will be reinstated unless it implements the comp plan. But does this AO implement 2020? Show me. Suspending the new code would put us out of compliance with the state law to have a comp plan with implementation. Mr. Wheeler's opinion in 2000 clearly mentions that requirement, as well as how our Supreme Court has reversed land decisions that have been made contrary to a comp plan. Our 2020 is very strong on the protection of neighborhood character and has a goal of housing 80,000 people. How much has our population increased in the last 15 years? Ask that question. Most telling, perhaps, would be, why has this AO been fast-tracked? Most seasoned projects are already in progress. There is no rush to pass this today. It needs to be delayed and compared with the other companion AO. I guess I have to stop there.
Perfect timing, though. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. There are no questions.
My name is Andre Spinelli, a local home builder.
You can lift that up.
I'd like to testify in support of anything the Assembly can do to help the affordability of housing, help more houses get to market, and basically solve some of our housing issues in the town. I can mainly speak to the single-family standards. I've never been a fan of the design standards. I kind of think of it as Mr. Potato Head design. I agree with the purpose, like one of the previous testifiers mentioned, but getting into it, it doesn't always make sense to add 15% windows to the side of a building that might be blocked by a bunch of trees or whatever. The design standards, they're too prescriptive. They don't always create a good design. I think that you could create bad design that meet the design standards, and that's basically my main objection. I pretty much gave up that fight a long time ago, but now that it's back on the table, I thought I'd come back down here and tell you, a little bit about the experience I've had recently working with them, where the designs that you can't submit building plans until they're completed, engineered, design. So we submitted a set of plans for a house with an accessory dwelling unit on it. It's on a kind of a funky shaped lot. It's on a corner. It's got inlet views towards Turnagain Arm. And basically the street facing side of the house, what code says is the front of the house, isn't really that visible from the street. So the front door is on the side and all the windows are on the back towards the inlet views. And the design standard, in this case, the design standards didn't really apply according to staff because of some miswording in the code, but they were intended to apply. I'm sure that'll get fixed someday. But that's just an example of where the design standards don't always fit right. And they don't necessarily create good design. Had I added a window in there, it would have been replacing the kitchen cabinets with a window, and maybe if the buyer couldn't afford it, eliminating the window that's facing the view. So That's just an example of how I don't think design standards make sense.
Thank you. Mr. Starr has a question.
Andre, thanks for your input and your service on planning and zoning coming up. You'll either like it or hate it. But your development that's going in across from, and I say yours, the company that you work with and work for, across from Tahat New Commons up in that quadrant of residential multifamily, I think is your development. Is that correct?
Where exactly?
I want to say, what's it called? Where you have Tahat New Commons, the movie theater, the IMAX, directly across the freeway from there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the open space, the requirement for so many square feet dedicated to private open space dedicated for the development, has that been a hindrance there, or have you looked at it? You're designing that under the old code, I assume.
Yeah. I'm designing my buildings, I'm go for the max density that I can do.
Sure.
But I'm way below the density of the code. I'm designing for the density for my product.
Yeah.
Where I want to give people the most affordable house possible, but still have a little piece of backyard. And so in my instance, I'm below the density.
Okay, that's kind of the question I had.
Code.
Obviously, you don't know the science of it all, but with the inference of taking the private open space down from 450 to something less than that in certain places, it's, as you say, sort of lot specific, but you're still making it, and I assume that, because I've driven through there, there's clearly more than 200 square feet of private open space.
Oh, yeah.
How many units are in each of those buildings?
My buildings that I'm building currently are duplex buildings. I have a second phase that they'll still be a condominium type unit, so it's not a city lot, but they're single family detached units.
Are you limited to height over there?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you weren't, what would you do there, do you think?
Well, I'm like I said, my main forte is single family duplexes and fourplexes, but fourplexes don't quite work
Yeah, it's
in
a
this
hard
town.
question for you to ask, but if you could add another floor to those condominiums, could you charge less for them?
Perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman has a question.
I guess I'm familiar with your homes, Spinell Homes and all that. I know it's quality work. My concern is I look at homes that are in particularly my district as I drive around Mountain View and East Anchorage, and I find homes that are in neighborhoods, even some of the newer homes like Grass Creek and some of the places over there that's replacing some of the mobile home parks and some of the lands off Turpin and along the Glen Highway. And a lot of those buildings look a lot alike, pretty similar. And some of those are multi-unit, side-by-side, townhouse style. Some of those are single-family. They look an awful lot alike. And I guess my question to you is, if you're looking at buying material in bulk to try to build as many homes or projects as you can, I don't know how we can do anything much different other than, we're trying to get something different. We're trying to have things look a little different. I think there's, my understanding is there's supposed to be, under the design criteria, there's supposed to be some options that you can pick and choose from.
Yeah, that's the Mr. Potato Head effect that I refer to. And my only response to that would be there's neighborhoods, Airport Heights, Nanaca Valley, Turnagain, South Addition, multiple identical structures. The neighborhoods have grown up, and now they're some of our most desirable neighborhoods. So that's that. Sometimes.
Well, just not to debate, but there are some of those neighborhoods that have alley access and sidewalks on both sides of the street. Some of the newer stuff don't. They have rolled curb. They're getting by with far less neighborly effect. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Andre, I'm not sure if congratulations or condolences are more appropriate, but welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Any nibbles on your house?
Nibbles. It was actually sold, but then the people got cold feet.
Why? Well, it's kind of a serious question because you've done a very nice development in my neighborhood, and you put it up in the market, I think, twice, 3 times?
Yeah, I had it for sale during the whole banking crisis thing where it wasn't a good time to sell, but.
So why is something move or not move based on?
Well, that particular property is at the upper end of the market, and the upper end of the market.
It's tighter.
Well, it just tends to see longer times that market. 6 to 12 months for a property in that price range is not uncommon.
Thanks, Andre. Appreciate you coming out tonight.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Spinelli. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. Excuse me. I want to speak in support of this measure. One of the things that we've discovered in our town is that it's hard to find an affordable place to live. When my husband and I were considering buying a house, we looked around and we could barely make rent. How are we going to save money for a down payment? And so we figured it out, and we scraped and saved, and we built our house. But that's the house we plan on living in until we die. One of the things that's changed is that people used to buy something called a starter house. They'd buy a house in a cookie-cutter neighborhood that looked alike, that was cheap, that may not have had the bedrooms they needed, and they lived in it for a while. And then they sold it, and they moved, and they bought another house. And it may have been fancier or in a different part of town or in a different city. That's not something we see a lot of in Anchorage because people can't afford it. Even when that cookie-cutter house in that neighborhood that you might not have wanted or that you do want and you just can't afford, people are desperate for housing. When rent and mortgage payments are almost equal, there's a problem. There's not a lot of vacancies either. One of the things that this ordinance does is it helps allow for increased height in the highest density areas of Anchorage. One of the biggest concerns about that is whether sunlight will come down or not. I hate to break it to you guys, but we live in Alaska. For big parts of the winter, we only get about 4 hours of sunlight a day, at which point a lot of people are in work. There's trade-offs and considerations, and in some parts of town, like downtown, that makes sense. It may not make sense in a residential neighborhood to put in a 30-tower skyscraper, but downtown where there is an adequate transit center, when there's jobs they can walk to, when a lot of people bike or don't use cars, these are the kinds of buildings we need. We have incredible developers in Alaska. We're very, very fortunate like that. I had the opportunity to work in the construction lending field, where they built these subdivisions in these neighborhoods and these houses. It was almost impossible for a house to be built that wasn't already pre-sold. The number of speculative homes built plummeted to almost non-existent. People were lining up to buy these houses before they even broke ground. But that isn't enough for a lot of families. They don't have the luxury of having the down payment or the mortgage or the rest of it, but they still deserve housing. They still deserve an opportunity to live and enjoy and live, work, and play in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Will Kaiser, K-Y-Z-E-R. I am an employee of AEDC, and I serve on the Live, Work, Play housing group. As a young professional, the lack of available housing is really a serious issue for me. The Anchorage market really has failed to provide that kind of housing that young professionals are looking for in terms of denser housing, housing that's in areas with better living amenities, and I think that's pretty clear. Title 21 has really, the multifamily code there has really just not worked. It's a broken piece of legislation, needs to be reworked, and the truth is that organizations that I've heard from time and time again that have actually conducted projects under the multifamily code of Title 21 are really the strongest advocates for its change, and I think that's a pretty compelling piece of evidence that it needs to change. 2015-059 is really needed to help these developers work through some of the early kinks that have been pointed out time and time again, and these flaws in the multifamily piece of code. They're not talking about just wholesale removing it, it's a suspension, and I think that's an important distinction. And really these first developers are in some respects acting as almost, for lack of a better term, guinea pigs on a flawed piece of code. And I think there's additional flexibility that needs to be given there. The expense and time of dealing with the existing Title 21 code on multifamily housing is really, I think, going to hold back the progress in any multifamily development moving forward and new development moving forward in Anchorage. And, I know that there's thoughts about, hey, maybe we can set this aside, maybe we can, take some more time to work through this. But the reality is, we're already well behind. We're already in a position where we don't have the adequate housing that we need, where we're at 3.9% vacancy rate in the rental market, and that's not really, in my opinion, very acceptable. And if we take another 12 months to develop code, then there's more years on top of that that's going to be added to it in terms of development, and by that point we're going to be in a real serious pinch. So, you know, that's in summary, I support the temporary suspension of the multifamily design standards within Title 21. Thank you very much.
There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Robert Auth. I'm a resident of Spenard. I'm the past president of the Spenard Community Council, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. And I do oppose this ordinance. I think it's poor public policy on a number of fronts. One is that there just isn't the evidence to support such a wholesale change in Title 21, especially in terms of height limitations and design standards. We've heard some anecdotal evidence tonight, but it's exactly what it is. It's anecdotal. There's no documentation to support this ordinance, and the public has not been brought along. We tried to discuss it at our Spenard Community Council meeting. We couldn't get our heads around it. We didn't know what it meant, why it was needed, what the purpose of it is, what the public purpose is, because there wasn't anything but this is eliminated, this is eliminated, this is eliminated, this is eliminated. What does that mean? How is the public supposed to interpret this? And then from the public point of view, this has been 12 years in the making to be created, and in a matter of 5 weeks from introduction, it's being gutted. And so what is that message? Some of the people in favor of it have said, well, the public needs to be brought along and we need to make changes. These aren't targeted changes. These are wholesale changes. And there just isn't any support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Auth, and I started out in the mid-'90s working on the land use committee over at West High, and with the idea of working towards Title 21. And, you know, that was 20 years ago that 100 people were in the same room, developers, community activists, neighborhood residents, people who wanted to see a better Anchorage. And we hammered out some key issues of where we wanted to see Anchorage go. And we were able to push forward a document that said what we saw Anchorage becoming, ideally, what we wanted it to become. And thus began the process of revamping starting the Title 21. It was already behind when we started getting online with that. But there was a lot of back and forthing with the developers and the community. And I feel now, as somebody who's been active in this, and I actually was on the West Anchorage District Plan, that I feel that it's the death of a thousand cuts to the community. Because I feel like we feel that we've given and we've given and we've given, and now we don't even have public debate about it. Because there's this imperative that we're told that is so important that it has to be done right now without any community input except for this meeting tonight. And as my husband said, we looked over the documentation that was sent out for the public at that time, and it sounds like from what Mr. Potter said that there's even more changes tonight. And we're trying to understand what's going on because it's our community, and we plan on being here, and we plan on living with the results. And I think we should have some input on that. The thing is that the developers, I know they've got their limitations, and they're trying to work with budgets and schedules and contracts. I understand that. My father was a small businessman. I know what it's like to work with the government. But the thing is that these are huge changes, and as it was stated tonight, well, maybe we can keep this that it's only going to be in certain parcels. Then it should be in the ordinance. It shouldn't be something that might happen and can be discriminated against at some future date. The problem is that a 100-foot building is a lot different than a 50-foot building. And there's nothing that protects the community, because a shadow of a 100-foot building is going to go a lot further than a 50-foot building. And that's what the community is afraid of. We know that we have to have more infill, that we do have to have more density. We understand that. All we're asking is for fair input from our end into this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Naomi Louvier, the owner of Jack White Real Estate, and I'm also on the Live, Work, Play. I'm coming from a different direction than the engineers and Tom Potter. I mean, I see all these projects that are stalemated. And then I go to work and we're in a housing crisis, literally. We've got people that can't afford the homes that we're building. So we need dense building. And, you know, we have real estate agents that are getting paid to find rentals now. I don't know if you realize how hard it is to find nice rental properties, but we've got a shortage across the board. So I've instituted a whole team of people just to take people out and actually get a fee now to find a rental property. But any home that comes on the market, if it's in decent condition and it doesn't need to be completely refurbished, you're going to see multiple offers on the house. Now, we're not talking about the upper end market like Mr. Spinelli's home, but any home that a millennial, a first-time home buyer is going to buy, you're going to have that. So the millennial population is bigger than the baby boomer population. And these are all our buyers right now. So it's a huge bell curve where we had a small amount of buying, but it's just going straight up. So we're going to need rentals for these people, affordable homes for these people. We don't have a lot of land in Anchorage. I've got a Valley office that has doubled the amount of sales over last year, doubled the amount of sales. And that isn't for any reason other than people are having to commute to find homes, affordable homes. So it's not that these people want to commute. We need diversification in our homes. So if we have these ordinances that Title 21 that is going to, that, you know, you have a document that's 1,100 pages, you know, there's always unintended consequences with any document that's 1,100 pages. I think some of these things, once you get them in practice, might need to be tweaked. I don't think anyone is wanting to redo the entire Title 21. I think we all understand that we needed some standards. I'm all about that. We don't want to build what, the Lee Bakers of the world was building. And so I support it, and I hope you do too.
Thank you. Don't go away. There are questions. Mr. Hall?
Yes. You own one of the larger real estate companies in this community. And I've heard you more than once in Live, Work, Play use the term gridlock.
Oh, yes.
So what happens to gridlock if we do build in R4 and R4A density, taller buildings where we can maybe break up this gridlock? I keep hearing people talk about, we're addressing low-cost housing in this. I don't read this addressing low-cost housing. I read this as creating affordable housing that people in low-cost housing now can move up and pay what a property's worth. Could you expand on that a little bit?
It is a domino effect, most definitely. And then you've also got the seniors that want to downsize, and they're looking for small condominiums. They might have a home in the lower 48 somewhere. They're looking for maybe a 2-bedroom, but they want something new and nice in downtown. That's what we hear all the time, downtown, downtown. Well, there's nothing downtown for what they're looking for. Well, there's homes downtown, but they don't last very long. And a lot of those homes need to be refurbished. It would be nice to have more diversity in downtown Anchorage.
Anything else, Mr. Hall?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Honeman has a question.
It's kind of a question and a comment, and I got to tell you, I've been here 41 years. I've been watching. My parents' first house they bought was in Price Street in Mountain View, and I watched the whole neighborhood transform because in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, they zoned everything R4, multi-unit residential dwelling. A lot of places with quarter-acre, half-acre lots were torn down after they made the investment purchase. And if you go up on any street, most every street in particularly the north of of Glen Highway, Mountain View, you'll find fourplex after fourplex after fourplex.
Right.
Somebody had the same builder, I'm sure of it, because they look almost identical. Took up every bit of the yard to make pavement. Luckily, they do have sidewalks on both sides of the street, and they do have alley access on most of the places. Ma'am, I'm here to tell you, the buildings they don't look like they were built to last. I'm concerned that if we sit and start making all these exceptions to what the neighborhood, as you heard some people testify, I was at some of those meetings when they were saying, we don't want it to look like this, we want it to look better. They weren't objecting to the going up higher even. But my concern is that, my first home, I paid $70,000 for it. The municipality says it's worth about $200,000. Most likely, I could get it on the market for $250,000. It's a 2-bedroom, 900 square foot on a 7,500 square foot lot. It's like the oil prices. They do this, supply and demand. I heard somebody say earlier, pencil out, pencil out, pencil out. I don't know what the answer is to it. I keep hearing different reasons.
Well, the building standards today are much better than those fourplexes. So those would never be built today. It cost a lot of money to build a fourplex. Someone said $1 million. He's right. It's probably over $1 million to build with today's standards to build a fourplex. So, and they can't build that. I mean, our standards are a lot better. And newer construction, it's a lot more economical. It's greener. It's everything. I mean, it's much more sound. So as far as looking like everything, I mean, talk to some of these couples. They probably wouldn't mind their neighbor's house looking like theirs if they had a decent place to live. I mean, the lady over here that testified that she had a really hard time finding. I mean, we have people coming to Anchorage, and we put them in our cars, and they're like, their mouths are just open. They've got total sticker shock. They're going, that's what I get for this amount of money? I mean, it is amazing, but a lot of it is the cost to build in Alaska is expensive, and that's because of our weather. It's a lot of things. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. We need quality construction in Alaska because of our weather and everything. But we've got to be careful. I'm just saying this is dealing with multi-unit. Right now, when you look at the rental market, we have a lot of investors in Alaska that would love to invest in a duplex or fourplex or triplex or build those kind of structures, even if they didn't pencil immediately but penciled over time where it would be a great investment. But they can't because it's way upside down. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Flynn has a question, please.
Sure.
Mr. Flynn?
Just a gentle correction. Downtown market's still pretty good.
Hey, I actually own a duplex downtown. I'll be living there one day myself.
Yeah, so for those of you listening in TV land, we do have space available. You're welcome. My sister moved home a year ago from Kirkland, Washington, and found a place. So we're still open for business downtown, just so everyone's clear.
No, downtown there's a huge demand for downtown was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, Mr. Starr and I are going to redevelop a Community Health Lands Trust property on L Street next year after we're retired from this gig. So we're ready.
Can we move on, please? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. And before I get started, Assemblymember Flynn, you asked a question of Andre Spinelli that I think was an excellent question, and if you'd like, I'd be happy to provide you an answer in about a minute's time.
Whenever you're ready.
My name is Michael King, and I work as a home buying specialist at Keller Williams Realty. I'm also the president of the American Civil Liberties Union of Alaska. I also have the privilege of co-chairing the Live, Work, Play Transition Committee for the mayor, so I will be speaking shortly about this initiative. So currently in Anchorage, 47.3% of all homes on the market are under contract. Normally, it would be about 25 to 30% in a healthy market, in a market where there's more inventory. What this is suggesting is that this is a very aggressive market. There's about 2.1 months of inventory on the market. That's about the average amount of time that it takes for a house to sell once it goes on MLS. Anything between 3 and 5 is neutral. More than 5 is more of a buyer's market. Homes are getting about 98.8% of their list price at the time that offer is written. And houses that are active on the market are on the market for about 70 days. And houses that have sold have been on the market for about 53 days. The situation with Mr. Spinelli's home and with buyers is psychological, because we saw a wave of buyers that came through the market that needed to be in a house right away, so they would often opt for situations that were suboptimal for themselves so they could get into a home. Then a whole wave of buyers came in that benefited from low interest rates. Now the buyers that come into the market, they don't have to buy a house, they'd like to. So in Mr. Spinelli's case, that buyer, if the granite isn't the right color on the kitchen, they're going to opt out of their contract. If there's something wrong from their perspective with how they perceive the house, they opt out of their contracts. I've seen this across the board with realtors that have had more terminations of their contracts in the last 3 months than they've seen in the last year. So it's a much more tight market for those individuals who are actually in it and actively looking to purchase a home right now. And that affects individuals just like Mr. Spinelli who want to find a buyer that's not going to offer $45,000 below list price so he can actually have his home purchased and move on. I am in support of this ordinance. And the reason why I'm in support of this ordinance has to do with the fact that as the co-chair of the Live, Work, Play Committee, there were 28 individuals from various backgrounds on that committee. And the things that they came out with in the report that's going to be made public very soon here are parallel to the things that are being proposed in this ordinance. Members of the Live, Work, Play Committee want to see a denser Anchorage in the areas where it's appropriate. They want to see housing that's going to be developed that's attractive. They want to see roads and trails connected to housing developments so people that maybe don't have cars can be able to access housing and get to work and get to trails and do the things that they want to do in this city. One of the biggest challenges I think that we have is that this ordinance is 10 years too long. It should have been out in 2005, not in 2015. And the other cities that Live, Work, Play competes against, that's what those cities have been doing all these years. And so the reason why there may seem like there's urgency here is because it's real. We have to compete with other cities around the nation to attract the kind of workforce that's going to encourage the kinds of developments that they're going to live in and stabilize our economy and further diversify it away from oil and gas if we're going to be able to stay viable and competitive in the global economy. And I make no mistake about this. I believe that Anchorage competes in the global economy and that every job that we gain here, someone else potentially loses somewhere else. And it's imperative that we solve that problem and continue to invest in our city and particularly in housing. I also believe that there are developers in this town that want to comply with Title 21, that want to design things that are beautiful, that do that as their primary purpose. And yet when they go through this process, they can't figure out why they're being rejected and what the criteria they need to have to be able to move their projects forward. I just met with an individual in this very situation who wants to design a $50 million project to go on Diamond Boulevard. And it's amazing to me that for a project of this scale, that he doesn't understand why he can't build his project because no one has explained to him what the criteria were used to reject his project. And so that's why I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to capitalize on this ordinance and to move our city forward from a development and building and housing perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Schroyer, S-H-R-O-Y-E-R.
Good evening.
Good evening. I urge a no vote on AO 215 59. I have been involved in Title 21 hearings since the beginning. I suppose as president of the Ocean View Community Council, I've been to about 2 decades of hearings like this. And we, Anchorage, have already gathered together as a town, and we have talked, and we have listened, and we have thought, and we have arrived at a policy together, and that is Title 21. Now, the question here is an ethical decision in our centennial year. Are we going to toss out the plans that we have made for the future? What are we doing here? Now, I have to congratulate the developers on their very effective lobbying and their campaigns right out of the book. They've been very, very effective. But this special interest ordinance isn't the answer. They've indicated there's some problems, but this is not the answer to the problems that have been brought up. So I would ask you not to support this ordinance.
Thank you. There are no questions. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi, my name is James Dougherty. Last name is spelled D-O-U-G-H-E-R-T-Y. I'm an architect here in Alaska, and in a lot of the earlier testimony, you've heard that one project has been completed under the new Title 21. That was our project. That was the Euclidean Estates Phase 2. It wasn't a fancy project. It was a market rate project, and we had the ability to either develop this project under the old Title 21 or the new Title 21, and we decided to sort of do a comparison. We designed the project without the design standards, and I'm speaking specifically to the design standards. I'm not a developer. I don't know about how high a project has to be to make somebody money, but I just want to talk about the design standards because we took a look at the project that we did and did renderings of it without the design standards, and then we applied this sort of progressive standard after standard after standard, and ended up with a building that did meet code and eventually got built. But I would submit to you that it was no better from an aesthetic standpoint. In fact, it looks a little clumsy compared to the base case that we did that didn't meet the standards. I've been an advocate for design standards, and I'm not saying that design standards are bad. I want to continue to work with the staff, with the planning department, with the people that are developing the Title 21. And I think that's what this proposed ordinance is doing, is to give us a little bit more time to continue to work out the bugs, to roll back the clock just a little bit. I take seriously the idea that not enough housing is being developed right now. I don't know why, but I'm pretty certain from an intuitive standpoint that adding more regulations is not necessarily the answer to get our housing kick-started. And having firsthand experience with the design standards, I don't think that they're fully evolved, and I don't think that they really meet all of the community's needs. And I know that the staff has been working very well with the development community to try to find ways through to improve the standards, especially with regard to appeals or alternative means of complying. But as has been stated by many people before me, that's a very lengthy process. It hasn't happened very quickly, and I don't anticipate that that will speed up. So I see this ordinance has given us a little bit more time to continue to work out towards the ultimate good solutions that we need. And I think that at least with regard to design standards, they're a little bit heavy-handed as they're drafted right now, and they need more time for development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Madam Chair.
Mr.
I'd
Starr?
like to postpone the public hearing just for a moment so we could take up the last item on the agenda, 14L, to propose the change of the order of the day. There's significant staff waiting here to just sort of handle the memorandum of understanding. I think it'd be helpful if we could perhaps just suspend public
appreciate that,
hearing.
Mr. Starr. So do we have a second on his motion to change the order of the day to deal with the last item on the agenda?
Second.
Thank
To
you.
take up, specifically to take up 14L.
We need to vote on that. Mr. Starr made a motion to change the order of the day to take up the last item on the agenda, 14L.
Did he get a second?
He got a second, and we need to vote on that. Please vote. Ms. Dombrowski? Ms. Dombrowski? Okay. We need 8, right?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Unmute.
Mr. Hall? Thank you. We have enough to change the order today. Mr. Starr?
Nope, I think it's just, if we can open the public hearing on 14L.
You're exactly right. The public hearing on 14L, Assembly approving a memorandum of agreement between the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the Municipality of Anchorage for management of municipal lands within the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome.
Madam Chair, I would like to submit this letter on behalf of the Rabbit Creek Community Council. The co-chair left and wanted to make sure you got it. It was only submitted today, and it does state that they urge you to approve this memorandum. So perhaps staff could make copies.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes.
We got it.
Yeah, we did receive that through email. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hi, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Kathy Gleason, Gleason. It's Kathy with a C, and I do urge support of this memorandum of agreement between the municipality and Fish and Game. I've been told that this has been in the works for 5 years, so it's probably time for this to get resolved and completed. It makes sense for all of the land that falls within the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge to be managed by one entity so that there's consistency in the way that beautiful land out there and its wildlife resources and habitat are handled. So I urge a yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Starr?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn?
I want to vote for this, but I'm not going to take any complaints. We have duck hunting in Turnagain.
No, I don't think we're going to. Mr. Rada, Ms. Oswald, Mr. Vikalis, thank you very much for staying with the task at hand to get that management agreement written. So I urge approval. I don't suspect, Patrick, that's going to be the case. 24 parcels of land we're talking about, not the entire coastal zone. So thank you. Urge approval.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Please vote. Ms. Dombrowski?
Yes.
Mr. Trainee has signed off, and he is excused for the rest of the meeting. The vote is 9-0. That passes. Thank you. We're going to go back to the public hearing on 14J. Anyone wish to be heard?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Steele?
Can we make another announcement where it's our intent to postpone postpone that item, action on that item?
I'm happy to make an announcement, Mr. Starr. This is sorry, Mr. Steele, it's getting late. This is the third time the announcement was made, but the item 14K the public hearing will be opened, and it will be continued to the meeting of August 25th, and hopefully we'll get to it before the evening's up. We have until 11 o'clock, and I doubt if there's enough votes to extend the meeting. But anyway, with that said, let's continue the public hearing on item 14J, Title 21. Anyone else wish to be heard?
My name is Gloria Manni. I'm a resident of West Anchorage, part of the Turnagain Community Council. The only comment I'd like to make is that this ordinance didn't have much of a public input, and that's why I'm against it. I think that I don't want to, I'm not a developer. I understand the special needs and I respect them, but the public at the end is going to want is occupying the space or live nearby those space. And the change in elevation and the change in reduced personal spaces could be critical. And I think that in terms nowadays, computer model and whatever would be very nice, I think, for the developers. They would have the courtesy to show the public what is the effect of A versus B and what is the impact, and I would be very comfortable with that, as long as we have public input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Hello, I'm Steve Heimel, H-E-I-M-E-L, resident of Spenard. I thought you guys probably should have some more work sessions on this 59 when I came here, but now I think I'm just going to advocate for voting against it. It looks to me like what's going on here is you got a situation of due process and due diligence. If you're an investor, if you're managing somebody's investment, your due diligence is to get everything you can to return the value on the investment. And if that includes playing the referees, you do it because you're supposed to. But there's also a due process. That's where you give due consideration to this ordinance. We haven't had that. Planning and zoning just zipped it right through. I was at a work session which mostly consisted of attacking the planning department, and then it came up at the meeting and it got passed, and it's gone. It went through. 59 went through planning and zoning without what I would consider good due process and public involvement. This is really sweeping here, and I don't see the good public discussion of it at all. It only makes sense that if you're an investor, you want to get the maximum return on your investment, but I think a no vote would give the signal that we want these design standards, and you guys need to figure out if your projects pencil out and then come to us and say what is needed, not to just throw everything out like this. That's just crazy. So I'm advocating a no vote.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Ted Stinson, and I'm a managing member of Urban Deco Development, LLC. I'm a new developer in town, and I'm listening to this discussion, and somewhat nervous of continuing in the development environment here. There's some, I was just told to come here recently, and I didn't have a chance to really understand what this was, but I did get a briefing from Mr. Potter, and I noticed that there are some things that might encourage and make the development and other developments that I might be trying to do more economic, and thus have lower costs for some of the units that we might be able to offer. And height is one of them. Reducing the setback requirements may, I'm thinking that I prefer height over, taking setbacks away, but even both of them would probably help make projects more economic. One of the things, just to give you a little background, I came here in 1975 and been working in the engineering, procurement, construction industry here for many years, and I did develop a couple of commercial projects in Hawaii and a few in Oklahoma, and I've been here, and my family's here, raised my family here, so I wanted to move out of the EPC oil and gas industry into private development, and I started that a couple of years ago, and there's a lot more than just dealing with the regulations associated with the MOA in regards to a successful development. I mean, there's financing and there's certainty. Some of the criteria that I would want to be looking for in going to a potential funder would be, I've got this band of certainty around me being able to go through the process and get the permitting completed and get the project final designs through. And I have a fairly complex project in that we're looking at a public-private development, and have gone to the city and most of the managers in the building department, building safety in the city, and have discussed it and got some fairly good feedback. But one of the things that makes me nervous has to do with being able to get some schedule certainty and some cost certainty built into a project that I don't want to have this huge contingency that I'm going to have to justify. But those are just a few points I wanted to make, and I'm undecided on after tonight whether I should continue or not. So, any positive feedback on getting through this process efficiently and effectively, and would be pleasure to have.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard?
My name is Leah, and my last name is Merritt, M-E-R-R-I-T-T. I'm here unexpectedly at this particular 14J on the Assembly's agenda, and I have three things. I would like to criticize the Assembly's style because in any public debate, typically whoever has the idea will present it in detail and explain what it means. That never happens at these meetings. Therefore, I'm going to ask a question at the end because I have a limited amount of time. So I'm going to argue against it at the risk of sounding uneducated about it, because I am uneducated about what the effects of this could have. What I see as a concern is I don't see any area specified in this sweeping municipal change regarding ratio requirements, which could lead to slums such as they have in New York, and I do not want to promote that within our town. In a town that currently has only 300,000 people, I think we are perfectly fine to approve each and every building that would not fit our current codes, and I think that should be our policy from this state forward. I do not agree with this 14J. I strongly oppose it after hearing all the testimony, and now I would like to hear an actual presentation by the people who are supposed to be presenting their own ordinance, which, I'm sorry, Ms. Dombotsky, why are you not here to present your own ordinance, and why don't you do it, Mr. Hall? Please, can you explain what this means in detail for the city of Anchorage?
Excuse me, ma'am. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Ms. Dombotsky is on the phone. Thank you.
Are you saying that? I know she's on the phone, but I'm sorry, do not answer questions to the public when we come up to ask questions?
This is a public hearing, and you get to testify, and then, it's not a back and forth question session, but we really appreciate your testimony this evening. Thank you so much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Popp, President and CEO of the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, here to speak on behalf of our organization, in particular our Live, Work, Play Housing Area Focus Group. Members of the Assembly, thank you for your time on this ordinance, and thank you for the work that you're doing in terms of dealing with what is always a fun and fun topic to deal with, and that is land use in Title 21, probably almost as thankless as being dog catcher in many communities. I come forward tonight to give just a little history and then to speak in favor of this ordinance. 5 years ago, our organization started to speak about the fact that housing was becoming a challenge in our community. High costs, growing shortage of availability, low rental rates in terms of vacancy, high dollars increasing. Today we see a situation where over the last 3 years, while median household income in Anchorage has increased by 0.5%, average housing prices have increased by over 6%. We see a situation where we have a housing market that is very tight and is becoming a constraint on the ability of the economy to grow. The issues that we face are continuing to become more compounded by the fact that we have 5.3% unemployment at Anchorage, which is very low unemployment, which is kind of counterintuitive to the ongoing news media coverage of what we see in terms of the state's economy. It's a little counterintuitive, but we continue to see this very strong demand for skilled and professional workforce, semi-skilled workforce, all of which are in short supply. We see any number of stories from employers having difficulty bringing employees to Alaska because of the cost of housing in Anchorage and the lack of availability. We're the 21st most expensive housing market in the United States according to the Cost of Living Index. We are at 58% above the national average for housing in our community compared to many other cities. We are not competitive. We are in the top 25 housing markets in the United States. We're in the same class as San Francisco and Manhattan in terms of that upper end of the range. That is a challenge for our business community. And when we speak to the housing community, which is why we formed the housing area of focus, bringing together nonprofit housing developers as well as for-profit, bringing together bankers, realtors, financiers, designers, and employers, all seeking to find a common ground to talk about what the issues are. One of the elements, not the only element, but one of the elements is the difficulty with the current design code and the permitting processes. It is, again, a system that, as we spoke in the work session with you, the Assembly, a few months ago, in regards to what we saw the issues boiling down to, is the fact that this system, through no one individual's action or one group's action, has devolved to a system that is completely risk-averse. And it has become a system that has become so locked up that we now only are building 300 units of housing on average per year in rental and single family when we need to be building 900. I stand here asking for your support for this ordinance. Obviously, it takes some work to get it through, maybe some additional amending, but we do stand in support of this.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hi. My name is Bill Marsh, William Marsh, M-A-R-S-H. And I'm new to Title 21. I'm mostly concerned about the impact it's going to have on my neighborhood. This has come out of a bit out of left field for our community council, which I'm active in. And we're very concerned about the wholesale destruction of this, the wholesale change in Title 21 as it will affect our neighborhood, because all of these projects will be infill projects. Density housing works in some areas. Usually you have to have adequate sidewalk, aggressive snow clearing, and a walking style neighborhood. When we infill in Spenard, when we infill in parts of South Addition, we're going to look to the municipality then to solve the problems high density creates. We're going to throw out the design standards which help limit some of the density, and we're going to do away with that, but we're going to embrace the lack of parking and a number of the other density positive measures of this, and then all of those problems will fall to our neighborhoods. If we infill in high density in Spenard, we don't have sidewalks, streetlights, we don't have curbs and gutters, but we have areas that could very well be targeted for high-rise properties abutting to 1960s ranch homes. This is a big, big change, and you have no control over who will use these and to what purpose they will be put. So we will live at your leisure as to how you treat our neighborhoods. This looks to me like these neighborhoods with still undeveloped properties are going to be the testing ground for what might work really well or turn into just a terrible addition. And let's look at just one assumption from the rustic goat. We decided, or this body decided, that they could develop without adequate parking. And what happened with that one decision is all of that parking fell to the neighbors. People couldn't even get in their own homes. That's one small design change that this group embraced to the detriment of all the neighbors surrounding it. And if you looked at the apartments built adjoining it, had the row of houses been 1 block farther south, there would no longer be sunlight to the homes just to the north. 1 block moving that row of apartments would have changed that neighborhood, possibly forever. And that's what we're going to do with this. Everybody agrees there's changes that need to be made. Let's not do it in a wholesale manner. Let's either delay this, postpone this, or make the proper changes or find a way for everybody to work around. High density would work great downtown. It's a walking area with adequate on-street parking and a way to make sure that parking changes over. Long-term car storage will become a problem in our neighborhoods with high-density housing and lower parking requirements. This is going to change everybody's neighborhood, and no one has control of how it will be implemented. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Anyone else wish to be heard? We have about 10 minutes left. We have 10 minutes left.
I didn't
Welcome.
Hi, this is Johanna Urich, Johanna, last name Eurich. I live in Spenard. I've been hearing a lot about live, work, play. It sounded like a great title. Then I found out that it involved people all from the industry. The closest we got to community was employers. Where were the neighborhoods in we live, work, and play? It's the neighborhoods I live, work, and play in. The man from Cook Inlet suggested we need to work together. I totally agree. That means the neighborhoods need to be part of live, work, and play, not just bankers, real estaters, builders, architects, designers, and employers. Ordinary people, my neighbors. This ordinance does not do that. It does not set any sort of field for us to work together to build the city that we want to live in and have a future in. The costs are going up. We need affordable housing. The basis for that, a lot of things play into it, cost of materials, all that stuff. But I think there's an issue of accountability here. I think this crisis, affordable housing crisis, was in part brought on by the builders being greedy. I remember everybody wanting to build big houses, big market. But what most people that I know, young people, want are small houses, smaller places, affordable places. That's what's missing from our market. Okay. I want to build for the future. I think it's really important. And I don't just want it to be done by large groups. I would like that neighborhood fourplex. You know, $1 million sounds like a lot, but it ain't as much as it used to be, let me tell you. I'm tired of living in a community that's located in one of the most beautiful parts of this planet. I mean, look out at the mountains, look out at the sea. It's gorgeous. And yet the town, quite frankly, it's ugly. Anchorage looks like it was built by people who never intended to stay. I intended to stay. I've been here since 1982, and I know some young people who were born here, and they intend to stay. And by God, we should work together and build something that we want to stay in.
Thank you so much for your testimony. By show of hands, how many more are here who want to testify in this particular issue? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Madam Chair, I move that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Second.
We need to vote, and it will take 8 votes. Please vote. Ms. Dombowski?
No.
That motion fails. We have a little less than 10 minutes. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Cheryl Richardson. I live in South Addition, Mr. Flynn. And the first thing I need to say tonight is I'm very frustrated that our staff has not had the chance to speak to the statements and misstatements that have come up tonight. They were not allowed to do full presentations at the Title 21 committee meetings, and as far as I can tell, they haven't been heard here tonight. So I urge you to go through a thoughtful process that includes citizens and staff and the Live, Work, Play Committee and whoever else has been making the decisions until now. It's very frustrating. Secondly, we're coming off of a time of serious economic turmoil nationwide and serious here too. Not as bad as the states, but pretty bad. And I hate to see all of that turmoil dumped onto Title 21 design standards. It's apples and oranges. We are facing housing issues, but I have to remember my family came up in the 50s. I was going into 6th grade, and we lived in an 8-plex out by Merrill Field. It was not fancy, it was not pretty. There were 4 of us in a 2-bedroom apartment. We were pretty happy to get that place. Since then, it's gotten better. Anchorage actually does have housing choices now. We have some pretty fancy homes here. You know, I went to Melm and lived. I had a 1-room cabin with amenities that I won't get into the details of. Very few amenities, let me put it that way. Fairbanks, same thing during the pipeline. You were just thankful to have a house. That's how it is in Alaska. It's getting a lot better here in Anchorage. My son was living in the Bay Area for 10 years, going to school and then working. He's just come home. He's very happy to come from the Bay Area, where the house he lived in as a rental was priced at $1.3 million. It was a 3-bedroom ranch on a decent-sized lot. And $1.3 million, and he can get into a house in Turnagain for 1/3, 1/4 of that price. So we're getting better. I do have to comment, affordable housing, I know that the apartments that are proposed for 14th and C, from what we can tell from current websites, will be running a studio at 350 square feet. We'll be renting for about $1,000, and that's $3 a square foot, which I do not consider affordable. I have to say that the folks here advocating for 59 are the same folks who killed mixed-use districts as a part of the Title 21 as it was coming forward. They also killed the requirement to build high density in high density districts. They maintained the ability to build single family in high density residential districts. So there are a number of contradictions that need to be addressed. Well, I won't get into that one. Towers, basically wherever they want, and is to go ahead and put in the towers and affect the rest of us at will. Remember, when George Wirch was mayor, Sheila Selkrig had just worked on a housing design standard. I am honest.
Thank you
design
so much
standard
for your testimony. Thank you.
system, and it was simply buried after that. But it's been on the docket for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we do. So, somebody wants to make a motion. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting for 10 minutes to, in order to complete public testimony on this.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Ms. Domboski? Ms. Domboski? Ms. Domboski? Yes. She's gone.
Yes. Sorry, I had you on mute again.
Okay. Here. Come on, let's do it. That motion fails 7-2. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Denise Knapp, K-N-A-P-P, as in Paul. And I find this extremely frustrating. I came up in 1978. I said I'd try it for 6 months for a job. And I obviously have been here for 35 years. I love it here. And I didn't like the Zamarillo, projects. and I'm glad to see positive changes being made. I have a place on Rabbit Creek Road that the gentleman from Keller Williams was talking about. The deal fell through in November. He reneged and left the state and left me to pay $8,000 just to bring it up to standards so I could re-rent it. I have another offer, and now because of the way the economy is here, these people who are making the offer are all of a sudden wanting a brand new home. They want me to do everything on a 1969 home. And and it's because everything's changing here. I now live in Fairview in a condo, and I work downtown. I'm the executive director for Mabel T. Caverly Senior Center. And to me, there's a real need for housing here. And this is going to at least give us an idea. I don't think this group is wanting to go out into the neighborhoods and do high-rises. We're looking at downtown and I'm a member of the Live, Work, and Play Housing Committee. But we're wanting to be downtown to try some of these just to see whether they will be effective, because if we don't change the economy, turn it around for this next building season, our seasons are so short, we are going to be in real trouble. We're getting way behind, as earlier people have said. The money's going to Minneapolis. The money that would be here is going to Hawaii. It's going every place else that is opening up to see what is important to change Anchorage. And I love Anchorage, and I don't want to leave here. And, there are 65 and plus population in Anchorage grew 58.1% between 2000 and 2011. I mean, and the people, seniors are here. They're baby boomers and up now, and they want to stay. And we need to find them affordable housing. And despite what some earlier people said, it is not affordable right now. And there's not going to be any if we don't make the changes that we need to. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We only have 3 minutes left, and I apologize that we weren't able to 2 minutes left to extend the meeting, but there are 2 minutes.
William Harrington, Harrington. I'm a carpenter, construction. So the foreman tells these guys, hey, build a column over here. He doesn't tell them how much, but they got 16-foot lumber, so they build it 16 feet high. I'm a carpenter. I'll build anything you want as high as you want. But that doesn't make it right. So years ago, back in '75, I was on the North Slope at Pump Station 1, and the foreman quit. So I thought, I'll take that job. So I talked to the superintendent, and he goes, yeah, okay. And we go into his office. He's not a carpenter, and he says, this is how we're going to do it. Now, I'd been there long enough to get a stack of plans that thick from Fluor that detailed every foundation, every bolt, the whole layout. And I'm saying, well, this is what the company wants. And he says, no, we're going to do it my way. Well, just then, a guy named C.H. Bennett, who was the general superintendent on the job, the big dog, sticks his head in the door and says, and I was just about to put my hat down and say, I'm going on the same plane as the other guy. The C.H. Bennett sticks his head in the door and he says, now, Larry, the company paid good money for them plans, and I think we should use them. And then he walks off. And the superintendent looks at me and goes, get out of here. And I went out with the plans that the company had paid for and done. Now, it may be true that this has all taken years and years, and maybe it took 14 years to get where we're at, which is simply government problem. But the company's paid for this plan. In a few days, we're going to get a new mayor. Maybe the mayor needs to really light a fire under the planning department to get us some of these other issues as to why the developers can't get their wheels going.
11 o'clock.
The other issue about price is unless you're going to go back to a 2.5-inch wall, you're not going to get your price down. Thank you very much.